Bon dia, buenos dias, and wagwan, my gamers and ballers. This is eFIBA Season 4. We got South America today. It's going to be crazy. But I know you guys have been tuning in. All the other countries are just rearing to go to that Qatar World Finals. But before I get started, I got to introduce my brother right there to the right. This man is a MVP, a historic voice in the esports community, and now he's blessing us here in eFIBA. Give it up for the one and only Dirk. What's up, man?
I'd clap for myself, but I think it might be a little bit too egotistical. No, it's finally great to be here, Vince. Finally get to work with you and everything. I've been on the show before. That was competing with Great Britain. I had to trash talk my Spanish guys, and it didn't work. We ended up losing to them anyway. But no, I'm finally happy to be a part of the show. We've got a great region that's going to be coming up as well. Lots of familiar faces that we've seen over the years. And, of course, I can see Coach Nick Gartrell back in the action. It's been a while. I know even for him. So I'm excited to see what this is going to bring. And you know what? Thank you, eFIBA, for finally having me here on the show.
Man, I'm excited, and you know it's your man Vince Chang. The energy is always gonna be flowing. We're gonna keep going, and you know the shots are gonna keep going down. And the thing about it is that Nick Gartrell gets so many strays in the 2K community. It makes me laugh, bro.
He messaged me once he saw the graphic, and he was just like, "Oh, you get to commentate over our games." Said, "Yeah, there's going to be some commentary, but maybe not some good ones for you, Nick." We used to give him such a hard time with the 2K League stuff too, especially when he would come on the broadcast with us. He'd be like, "So man, how did I do?" I'm like, do you want the honest truth, or do you want us to lie to you? And I'm like, no, but I love Nick, man. He's probably one of the best characters to have, and yep. I know he's probably happy, and who wouldn't be happy? But going to Brazil again to go coach video games, crazy sequence.
It's insane. I got to hang out with him out in the Philippines, meeting him for the first time. His energy is crazy. We got to work together in the 2K League. We can go on and on. But before we get started with today's broadcast, how are you feeling about this international play for eFIBA Season 4?
I'm loving it so far. I mean, obviously, I'm still involved, trying to keep up with as much as possible. We talked about my crazy schedule, your crazy schedule, but I've been seeing everybody kind of doing their thing as well. And, you know, I think each season that goes on, you want to see more surprises. You want to see the underdog come out of nowhere. And, you know, maybe this could be that region. Brazil's been the one that's been on top so far. Argentina's always waiting in the wings. But you got some other challengers that are going to be in there with Guyana and as well as Venezuela as well to try to make some noise and shake some things up. So could this be the region of the shakeup? I hope it is, because it's my first show on here. So yes, I am rooting for the underdog. I want some upsets, but I can say the same thing for every region that goes out there when we see the U.S. and Europe coming up here in the next couple weeks too.
Yep, shout out to eFIBA. Also, shout out to Tiso. Hope we have another Tiso clutch time, because I'm telling you, these shooters are ready to go. They do not shy away from the moment. But we just talked about this region, but let's look at everyone that's been participating and look at this great world that we have, because we had 58 countries participate this year for eFIBA Season 4. We had 8 countries from North America. There's 5 countries from South America. There's the behemoth, the juggernaut, 19 countries for Europe, and you got the rest, man.
Yeah, 15 coming from Africa, 5 from the Middle East, as well as 6 coming in from Asia to make out a total of 58 countries across our 6 regions. Of course, Africa, Middle East, and Asia, that's already said and done. You're seeing South Africa over these next couple days, and we jump into North America. And to finish it off, I mean, just look at how many days that we got just based for Europe to get through all those 19 teams, the 2nd of March all the way through the 8th.
Yep, it's insane, I'm telling you. And today we're going to be talking about South America, which is just going to be the weekend of the 21st and the 22nd. Now, we're going to explain this amazing, great tournament if you're just tuning in for the first time. This is when we got all the best competition from all over the world playing NBA 2K26 Pro-Am mode, all right? There's a $50,000 prize pool bag that's going to be given, and it's going to be all the way in Qatar. I'm telling you. And then the most important thing, Dirk, is that someone can say they're the best in the world. And they see to the left, Qatar is the host country. They're already going. Then you had from Africa, Algeria. Middle East was Lebanon. And the Philippines just punched their ticket. In Asia and the right. Oh, I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, like we said, we're obviously rooting for maybe some underdogs, a little bit of a shakeup. This has been Brazil's region for the longest of times. And, well, you shift to North America. Who's the juggernaut there, Vince? It's always the United States of America, but we know PR and some other countries out there are always giving them a run for their money. And, of course, because there's so many teams in Europe, there's 2 spots that are going to be up for grabs there as well. Will be Turkey, will be France, will be Spain, will be Great Britain. Those are typically your big 4 that you see coming out of that region, but maybe, just maybe, there could be time to shake things up. You never know when you're playing a new 2K game.
shaking it up. I'm seeing Poland doing great. Croatia's doing great. I don't know what's going on. Even Germany's having some highlights. But that's Europe. Today, we're talking about South America. I'm telling you, right below the equator. It's our cousins right below because we're in the United States. I'm in New York. Where are you right now, brother?
I'm like, I don't want to say Chicago because I used to get a lot of crap for saying Chicago. I am an hour and 30 west of Chicago in a city called Rochelle. And people are like, well, where's that? And I'm like, well, now you know why I say Chicago, because it's a lot easier than explaining where I am on a map in Illinois.
Okay, Rochelle. I'm thinking Rochelle, a nice little delicious chocolate with a little bit of hazelnuts. That's cool. But also, and here you're going to have a lot of jokes that, when you're watching us, when I'm with India, we go back and forth. And as you see, we got two little nicknames. Just Dirk, they got you because we're just going to call you Dirk. But now I'm called Vince Diesel. I have been doing push-ups, but who put that there? I think that works because we're both bald.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that if you were to sit here and flex, your vest might pop off too. So that maybe that's another thing. But yeah, no, they were going back and forth. They're like, "What's something could put there for you?" I was like, "Well, I got a lot of titles." I said, "I've 1 point voice of NBA 2K, goalkeeper, content creator, this and that." They're like, I said, just Dirk. Just put just Dirk on there because if people look at Jamie Diaz Ruiz, they're like, "Who's that guy?" It's kind of like in Superman. He takes the glasses off. They're like, "Oh my goodness, it's Superman." Put the glass back on. Who are you? Oh, it's Clark Kent. That's how I feel when Dirk's taken away. It's just that they're like, who's this guy?
I mean, with you, okay, first of all, we got a nice picture of you with the trophy from the 2K League. I see you all the time with the gloves, man. But you are a superhero in your own right, and I can't wait to get you involved here. But now, South America, we had 5 countries that are participating, but then we had to break it down to 4. Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Guyana, and Venezuela. Ecuador sadly got bounced off with a historic game from Guyana. They're going back and forth. Guyana loses the first game. They're only down by 5 and all about 3 points. And then they come back with a dominant force, 75, I think, to 55, which is great. But you were talking about Brazil because these are the heads they're going after.
Yeah, it's any time that you are that number 1 team, you automatically have a target on your back. And there's a lot of different things that can happen in the game of NBA 2K. I mean, you're playing so many minutes as in the game itself, but when you factor in takeovers and lots of other different variations of options, that's where things can get a little bit shaky. And that's why you always have to kind of be under P's and Q's every single time that you're out there playing that. Brazil knows that they are the top dogs, and that is something that it's tough, right? Heavy is the head that wears the crown. When you are that number 1 team, the pressure can sometimes get you. The question is, how are you going to combat that pressure? Are you going to embrace it, or are you going to end up turtling it up and then allow somebody else from the region to become that top dog?
Absolutely right. And I'm telling you, Argentina has always been at the heels, as you perfectly did your research. I'm going to give you a lot of glaze this, broadcast. I'm going to give you a lot. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be almost as shiny as my forehead and my cheeks. Because if you guys don't know, when we first came on, Dirk said, "Hey, man, I just got to take a shower. I got to make sure I look good." Cool. He went, took a shower, came back. He was brighter than before. Like, his aura just comes out, and now he looks fantastic. But like you just said, with players from Brazil knowing that everyone's after him, can they handle the pressure? There's an old quote: pressures either makes diamonds or bust pipes. Will they have their pipes busted this time, or will they be another diamond because they always get to the finals, but when they get to the world finals, the competition gets even more insane? And they've been doing a lot of work with Nick Gartrell.
Yeah, and with some of the players not just playing specifically in South America, getting opportunities to play in North America and play some of that competition up here where everything is fair and you're playing some of the best in the world. I think that's, especially in a game like 2K, that goes a very, very long way. Anytime that you can kind of like just spread your wings out and then end up going to another region and get that practice and get that repetition. It's one thing to watch a live stream and see these guys and how they're playing. It's playing against them and trying to replicate it in that type of fashion while also playing some of the best defenders that there might be in the world. So I think that's obviously with the coaching, that's one thing. You have somebody who's won championships, basically done everything as a coach that you could want in the game of NBA 2K. I think the only thing for Nick is like he needs to win an eFIBA. That's what he needs to add to his resume if he wants to get that like Phil Jackson type of energy onto things.
Yep, get that ring. And now we also have the team power ratings, and it's absolutely great to watch these teams go crazy. Brazil, as you said, it's the number 1, all flair, all noise. This is Brazil, and they are ready to go. Argentina, can they finally come out in top, or are they just Argentizing? Which I how to do that there. Hey, Guyana, playing to get out the mud. I'm Caribbean. My mother's from Jamaica. It's one thing. Say when you get out the mud, that means you make it. That means you're on top. They're gonna try their best. And then Venezuela, will they angel fall or fly for the first time? We don't know. But with Dirk here, it may be the good luck charm.
Yeah, and I think when you're in a spot like Guyana and Venezuela, when you're playing against the two best in the region, you almost have nothing to lose at that point, right? Even get into this point. So you kind of have to go into every single games you're going to play today a lot more free-flowing, and you can't get too lost in the hype of like, we have to beat the top teams if you want to come out here. You just really have to go out there and do your thing, be as relaxed and as calm as possible in there. And, you know, we might be able to see them come out there and, you know, take that first game. And, of course, we play the sum of two, so that's where the second game becomes that much more important. But if you can just steal any game or just keep the games even close for that, that's really all you need to do to be able to get the job done if you want to create some upsets.
And that's the thing, is also having that great confidence going into these games, because when you're going against the top players in the world and you're able to keep it close, I mean, we could talk about the Olympics, we could talk about just competition in the NBA, even in college. If you're the number 1 seed in something and someone's a number 28 seed, but you only lost by 5-6 points, that's a huge confidence booster, because now you know you can hang with the big boys and play with true talent.
It's almost like in so many things you don't want to be the favorite. You don't want to be number one, because historically number ones don't win all too often. So I think it's obviously a little bit different when you have the small player pool, or sort of team pool that we have here in South America, just with the 4 teams that we're seeing here today. But you never know. It could just be a bad day. Yes, people playing video games like professional athletes can have bad games. So maybe that's what you catch somebody at the wrong time.
Yep. And also with video games, and we have to do a disclaimer, it is esports. So what do we have? Sometimes technical difficulties. So we could have lagging. We can have servers go down. You can have someone cramping with their fingers. That's more physical. But those things happen, and we'll always be transparent with you what's going on. If there's a long wait time, we'll let you know. And this is what's segueing something else. We all know about NBA 2K and the Zenners out there, the cheaters, the people trying to be Titans, and we know about tempo shooting. So I'm going to say it once in a while. It's a no-no. As a conglomerate, all the teams came together from every single region saying tempo shooting is illegal. We got great referees on all aspects of this game, from the countries and even in our offices and the backcourt and everywhere, that's going to be watching these games very intently. And if they see anything, they will deduct points after the game is done. So me and Dirk is going to be commentating straight through, but if they see any tempo shooting, boom, you're going to get deducted, and then you may lose the game with that.
Yeah, you mentioned it's actual officials from KW2, another league that's out there. So you even said that you were watching one of the games. You're like, it's 87-85, and all of a sudden you see the updated score. It's like 87-81. You're like, well, I just watched this game. How did that happen? So there's a lot of eyes keying in on that. Yep. And of course, with the state of where everything is at right now, tempo shooting's so damn easy. It makes me look like Steph Curry when I'm out there. Like, picture whatever shooter that you want. So I'm glad in the peak of competitive esports for the game of NBA 2K, the real skill gap is how well you can time the shot without tempo. Just your traditional way of shooting every single time. Yep. So I'm happy, one, that's a rule. I'm happy the players have no issue with it. But it is muscle memory, I feel like, at sometimes. Like, I've had those agreements with people saying, you know what, I'm not going to tempo shoot. First shot of the game is a tempo. I'm like, now I got to deduct my 3 points, and I have to do math, which I was told, you and I aren't the mathematicians here. That is Mr. Made in India. So it's going to be it might be a struggle mathematically for both of us here on this broadcast.
India knows I use ChatGPT anytime I do the scores at halftime, just to make sure it's okay. And you know what? I love you. And here, look, everyone, if you're watching, we are not PC correct in the sense of we have fun. And I would say you're more like JJ Redick. If JJ Redick was retired right now, I think that would be the shooter you would be.
Oh, but like we're talking 2K shooter. Like, I'm thinking when I'm at the pinnacle of being undrafted in the league, I was like, it's kind of like Dirk Nowitzki.
Oh, Dirk Nowitzki. Okay, I see the play.
No, actually, he's a power forward though. I played center, so I don't even know who to go with at this point, because I know Jokic isn't the greatest shooter. I'd love to call myself Jokic, like every center does now in the game of NBA 2K, but you know what? By the end of the show, I will come up with a realistic Dirk 2K comparison. How about that?
I like that. And now, I guess we're having fun. Also, we want the community involved, okay? We want you to interact with us. We have all social media when it comes to Instagram, Twitch, and also Twitter, and also even on YouTube. But go on X, a.k.a. Twitter, and predict your top 3. Use the hashtag eFIBA. Who's going to come out on top at South America. You know, right now, South America region is a powerhouse because, again, Brazil has been dominant. Argentina is great. Venezuela may be an underdog, and Guyana has been great. But please participate and see how you think you're going to fare and compete in this matchup and seeing who's going to win. I mean, you were talking about Brazil, but have you watched any of the teams ball out a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, Argentina's one. I think it was when I was competing in eFIBA and kind of when I was tuning in. So Brazil, Argentina, yes, kept up with both of them because they have been a staple. But when you're talking about the likes of Guyana and then you're talking about the likes of Venezuela, honestly, haven't seen too much. Which, you know, when you're some of these regions that you don't see a lot of these players, it's kind of like a surprise. I know even that's what we dealt with when we were competing in Europe and we were trying to find scrimmages. Obviously, you want to play like your Turkey's, you want to play Spain, you want to play these top dogs, but you have to be realistic and play other people in the region. So I remember when I was assisting with trying to find videos of these players and trying to do some film, you can't find a single thing about them, which is it's good for them, right? The competition, because you're like, well, you have nothing to study from me. Everything you see is going to be the first impression, so you're going to have to try to adapt on the fly. Whereas you have some other guys, right? You go to their Twitch channel, they've been live 50 times in the past 20 days, right?
Yeah.
2 streams a day keeps the doctors away. So that's the crazy part about all this, is that the scouting does get a little bit more difficult. You definitely have to try to do your research a little bit more, and obviously you can try to check out some of the qualifiers for eFIBA as well. And if those were streamed, did they make it on stream? Were they streaming on their own? So that's why the thing I've always liked with how much 2K I've ever commentated, the most fun I ever had commentating wasn't with the known teams who I know were going to be dogs. It was that random team that came from the community, and you're just kind of like, well, I've heard of you, I've maybe seen you a couple times, but I never actually watched you play before. So it'll be nice for me to see what those two countries have to offer, and again, hopefully sprinkles a little bit of magic here, and maybe we get some upsets to kick things off.
Hopefully. Now let's check out the bracket so you can see how this tournament is going to go. As you see, we got the first 2 games, and it's going to be sum of 2. Basically, you're going to add up 2 games together. So you can lose the first game and still come out on top, the second game and still be a winner, or technically lose the second game and still win the series. So it's going to be Brazil versus Guyana, then Argentina versus Venezuela. As you see the rankings here, Guyana may have a wake-up call, man.
Yeah, it's going to be, a tough first matchup, that 1 versus 4. And this is where, again, you have a chance to come out here and really do something special if you're Guyana. I do think when you're in these type of scenarios where you are going up against the top dog first, it's really about damage control in that game, number 1. Kind of try to find your footing, mediate things as much as possible. But as you even mentioned earlier in the show, it's all about just if you come out, if you lose, if you can just keep it to like a single digit deficit, that's still a win for a team like Guyana in this tournament. So you just can't have it be one of those games where you and I all of a sudden having, hey, what are you having for breakfast? Hey, what are you having for lunch? Hey, what's your dinner plans for tonight? You don't want it to turn into one of those games where all of a sudden we're doing a podcast for the entirety of that game. And you don't want Brazil to go running away with a 20, 30, 40-point lead, because, yes, you can bounce back in 2 games, but you see even traditional basketball, too. How many games are lost in the first quarter? Team goes on it's like 30 to like 32 to 10. That's enough just off that first quarter, no matter how good they're playing the rest of the way. You're not going to come out on top of the victory then. So I think it's obviously going to be a tough test, but I think it's kind of good for him. I think anybody who's ever competed and played, whether it's at any scale of sports or esports, give me the top dog first, right? There's no better wake-up call into a tournament than going up against the best in the region.
Yep. And again, games 1 through 5 are all sum of 2. Again, they're going to add each other together. But the beautiful thing about it is that everyone has another chance to get to the grand finals. So you can lose once and still go to the lower bracket, see the defeated bracket, and still advance to the grand finals. And that's going to be the only series is going to be best of 3. Straight up balling. You win 1, that's it. You win 2, that's it. But if you win 1, you lose 1, then you got to go to that sudden death match and see who's going to come out on top for South America, which I love this format, Dirk, because again, you don't have to get defeated, but like you just said, play the best up top, because if you've seen in the pre-qualifiers, Guyana went against Brazil. First game was 133 to 53. The next game was 124 to 31. Granted, that's perfectly fine, because even if you lose to Brazil, you still can have Argentina and Venezuela in the bottom bracket.
Yeah, it's a unique way of doing things, right? I think we're so used to just seeing like best of 3s the entire way, and then maybe you have the double elimination, so then you're still keep your life in there. But the sum of 2 adds a very interesting twist to where it's not just like a quick in and out process of that. It makes it to where you have everything to play for throughout all of these games as well. So I think that's going to obviously be the most interesting part, and that's just going to be the key thing that you and I are probably going to be looking for the rest of this. Obviously, you want to go out there and you need to win the games ultimately, but how much damage control can you do? You're going to hear say that a lot with Guyana and Venezuela when they're playing in these matches, just to try to keep things as close as possible, because if it does start to go south and all of a sudden it just becomes a snowball effect that you're losing by 20 in that first game, that second game, if you showed me that it took you a while to even just get to 20 points in the game itself, I don't think you're going to overcome that 20-point deficit while the other country is still going to continue chugging along.
I gotcha, man. And also, with all the information for all these tournaments, go to eFIBA.basketball. eFIBA.basketball. What did I say? Oh, yeah, eFIBA.basketball. This website is absolutely sick. It's so much more information. I've been here since eFIBA Season 1, and God bless the man upstairs has got to eFIBA Season 4, and I can't wait for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got to do it really quick for the young people. But, the thing about it is that we also put a lot of information there. You got people's stats. You got players, origins. You got players' games, everything. So eFIBA.basketball is amazing. And what I love about it now is that we're taking this so seriously, because people are now going to the scouting report, finding out how many people are using their lock in a way, how they're using their big in the way, how their shooting guard is shooting in certain corners. Because, people be camping out in that corner and just stroking it green, but then them cuts, them dexes have been a crucial part in winning games here.
Yeah, it's the website blew me away. I've kind of seen it like from where it once was and then how it's gone. I was like, man, I wish I had this when I played. I wish everything was readily available for me. But no, it's nice to go out there, see all the schedules, everything that's upcoming as well. But yeah, I mean, from the scouting perspective that you mentioned, if you do have the data and the analytics of like, okay, this guy likes to shoot the ball this many times from this exact spot, you kind of know what's going to be coming your way throughout the course of the entire game as well. So it's it's better to have too many stats than too little of stats to try to choose from a lot of these countries.
Exactly. Now, we got a whole bunch of players from all over, but we also have a nice segment of players to watch. I'm telling you, these ballers have been doing great. First is ICBF from Brazil. I've seen him do his thing, Bernardo Fonseca. I mean, multiple 40-point games, including a 56 bagger. But make sure that his team eats well, because he also is assisting, he's passing, he's unselfish, and also from Brazil, multiple 40 bombs. It's crazy. He's just been knocking it down, and maybe you can keep him under 30. We don't know if you probably put 3 defenders on him, but it's been a fun time. And also, we got some players from Argentina.
Yeah, I've seen some crazy stuff where you might throw 3 defenders his way and he's still going to find a way to kind of like maneuver through the 3 defenders and still find a way to get a shot off as well. But yeah, when you talk about Argentina, obviously shooting guard. I mean, it's a guard's world, right? Why not have what you represent in the position that you play? He went off for 70 points. So obviously it's crucial, right? You could use the same thing of get the 3 defenders on him, try to do whichever you can do, but the thing is, and the true skill gap, as crazy as it sounds, when you are wide open, if nobody's on you, what is your hit rate on there? You go off for 70 points, it tells you really all that you need to know. And of course, love moving. Again, another guard. What does he love to do? He loves to keep that ball in a string. He loves to move. Multiple 30-point performances coming out from him over those qualifiers as well. So confidence, I don't think there's... Everyone has confidence in this. If you don't have confidence in esports, then like, what are you doing? But this guy... It's cringe, and it makes my skin crawl saying where he's oozing confidence all over the court. So it's just something to keep an eye on. It just kind of feels like it's going to be one of these situations where you get to tomorrow, and I think these 2 teams are going to be duking out, just throwing absolute haymakers in this final to try to go out there. And but yeah, these are the 4 guys that we have to highlight. And the thing, we get so caught up in the guard play. We know that at some point there is going to be the role players kicking in from somewhere. We're due for a standout role player game that could try to push one of these teams to victory.
Yep, and I got to shout out ICBF. He's been a part of the Brazilian team for a while, but I found out he moved to New York for a while and got to play against quality competition. You were talking about this. When you could get on different servers, you could play against the North Americans, against USA, maybe Puerto Rico, the Big Republic, or you got some people from Asia going to the Europe server stuff. It will increase your talent. I'm just watching the amazing Netflix, if you haven't watched it, the Redeem Team, okay, with Carmelo Anthony and stuff like that. And then that got me to go to his podcast, and he was talking about when you were in that Olympic, workout room and that pre-stuff, you want to do that because you get ready for the season. You're not tired. You get prepped for the season, because you're playing against great competition every single day. And I'm not saying that you don't have quote unquote good competition within your respective region, but you got to go against those champions, the defending champions, in the off season so you can get better. And ICBF did that, and it's showing right now.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you always have to stay locked in. Boot camps are a thing, and you have to be realistic where the strongest players are in the entire world as well. So super excited to get everything kicked off.
Gotcha. All right, now again, everything's going well. We're waiting for the teams to connect, but we had a great interview that's done by our only Jasmine McCoy with a player from Brazil, and then we're going to go on a short intermission break, and then we'll be right back with eFIBA Season 4, South America Region.
What's up, eFIBA? Jasmine McCoy here with Pietro.
Yeah, Pietro.
Thank you so much for joining us. First and foremost, how did you get involved in NBA 2K and eFIBA?
So I started playing competitively, I'd say 2K20, and that's right around when the first eFIBA tournament happened. I'm not sure what it was called. I think it was the FIBA Open. And then I didn't play the first one, but I played the second one, I believe. And then from there, I just kept on playing with like the guys and kept playing competitive.
And in Season 3, Brazil were the South America champs, and you guys finished 7th. You know, what has the team worked on since then that you're going to be implementing here in Season 4?
I believe just looking at everything that happened there, like taking away some things that we can improve on. I think it was a big thing, and just kept playing the game, just watching a lot of people play the game, like some of the best of the best. And yeah, I think right now we're playing the best 2K we've ever played.
And then for Season 3, Brazil was listed in the power rankings. They were assigned little sayings next to each country. And for you guys, it was defense covering more than the Amazon. You know, we see this. Do we see defense kind of as this team's identity still? Or is there something new?
I think our offense is really good now as well. It's been a while where people really talk good about our defense, and I think we kept improving, honestly, in almost like every aspect. And I think defense is one of them. So yeah, I think that's still pretty accurate.
When it comes to your gamer tag, what's the story behind it?
People make fun about it a little bit because I was like pretty young when I did it. But so half of it's my name, and I'm a huge soccer fan. I have a team since I was born that I'm very like close to, that I love like supporting. So the second half of the name is my team's name. So.
And you said you're a soccer fan. I've met a lot of former players who played basketball. You know, how did you get involved really in basketball, or how did you really kind of make that transition from being a huge soccer fan to playing the game of 2K?
So honestly, it's kind of weird, but I've always really liked watching soccer, but not so much playing it. I also enjoy playing it, but I always like enjoyed basketball more.
Okay.
I've been playing it since I was like very young, and that's the reason why I got into 2K.
Okay.
Because I really like loved basketball so much and I love video games as well. So it was like, it just happened naturally. But yeah, it's more like I love watching soccer, but I rather play basketball. I always like playing basketball more.
And when we speak of playing basketball, when it comes to the game and what's important, do you think IQ or stick skills?
I think it depends on the position, to be honest. I think IQ is more important in general.
And what part of your game took the longest to master?
I would say just like leading the defense, because I'm a power forward. So my main job is to like lead the defense, call rotations and everything.
If you could pick one NBA player to join your eFIBA team, who would it be and why?
So that's a good question. I've seen that. I mean, I would say Curry, because it's my favorite player. He's always been my favorite player. So just to be around him, to be honest, that'd be amazing. But I'm not sure if he really plays it like that. I know Royce O'Neal, which is kind of a random player, but I know he's been in the 2K League doing stuff. Okay. So I imagine he's pretty good, so maybe.
Okay, and if you have Deep Bomber Takeover activated, are you looking to score or pass more?
Honestly, in general, I think I would say score, but I think you got to be smart with it too, so depends on what the defense is doing. I think like they should like determine more than you what you should do exactly.
Yeah. Thanks so much. Best of luck. Hope to see you competing in Qatar.
disco. And we can ride looking like a super fly disco. And you can ride disco, and we can fly disco. And you can ride looking like a super fly disco. Looking like a super fly disco. We can ride disco, superstar disco.
so don't call up. A few missed meals, so what? Crunch time about to crawl up. I'm a force under big pressure. Under pressure, they sprawl guts. If you coasting with a mediocre, then any over you cold luck. I've been about the grind though. Got plenty of receipts too. My lower back tell me all the time what 12 hours on repeat, dude. But can't stop, but don't got breaks. I've been putting in years, dude. Ain't it funny how you get lucky when you work harder than your peers do? Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess what? I guess I'm lucky all day. I guess I'm lucky all day. Now you wanna tell me that I'm lucky all day. Some call me king, others say I drew aces. They think I picked up the crown from the pavement. Well, if I'm lucky, guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Everybody around me gets gold things. Call it coincidence or good omens. If I'm lucky, guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day now. Yeah, they wanna see my decline. There's a whole line of them, that's fine. I stay posted up in their minds and don't pay a dime of rent. I don't mix much with a kind. I ain't trying to blend the difference between I and them and Steinbeck of mice and men. Ooh, it's time again. Straps on and we live again. Upset and they in position, but I ain't even got eyes on them. It's a me versus me exhibition. Me winning, that's repetition. When I retire, that's deposition. Untouchable, I'm the definition. I don't blame them, I rise, feeling miserable. Came up as an underdog and now I'm at the pinnacle. Some call it crazy, others call it a miracle. The only thing I know is that I grind and I get it up. No, I ain't do no dice roll. I went through the fire, now everything is refined gold. Oh, what the hell do I know? Maybe I'm just lucky and this is how my life goes. Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess what? I guess I'm lucky all day. I guess I'm lucky all day. No, you wanna tell me that I'm lucky all day. Some call me a king, others say I drew aces. They think I picked up the crown from the pavement. Well, if I'm lucky, guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Everybody around me gets gold things. Call it coincidence or good omens. If I'm lucky, guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day now.
eFIBA Season 4, we are back at your main man, Vince Chang. Also, my brother to the right, Dirk. Sorry for the intermission, but we do got some updates. Guyana, sadly, has to forfeit. There have been some blackouts in that country, and we talked about this at the head of show, that sometimes these things happen. This is esports. Technical difficulties are part of the area, part of the environment. It's part of the culture, and sadly, it happened for Guyana. But I said before, everyone has a second chance to get to the grand final, but this happens all the time. And Dirk, you've been a part of these tournaments before. I mean, are you surprised, or this is just what happens?
I feel like as bad as it is to say you're due for something like this in almost every single tournament when you're talking about esports. I mean, you're just thinking, you're thinking about electricity, connectivity. Could it be game issues, console issues? Multitude of different things. So I mean, it's not my greatest first start here on the eFIBA show, but you know, we're gonna keep on moving along. But yeah, it is tough in that instance, because we went on this whole spiel, right, of building up the story of, you know, Guyana going up against the juggernaut of Brazil. Can they cause the upset? So we don't get to see that come full circle, but the good part is, you had mentioned, it is a double elimination tournament, so they still are going to fight. And I get, you know, can make the story even better. You're now down in the lower side of the bracket. You got to try to fight your way all the way through. So not the most ideal circumstance. Of course, Brazil would just be kind of, you know, just sitting back, like, sweet. Easiest first round that I will ever play ever in eFIBA. So that'll move them all the way over to our next side of the bracket there for our game number 3. And then we'll see Guyana. That's actually going to be going down tomorrow. So Argentina, Venezuela will be the next up. But, you know, kind of the same thing that we were talking about with that first one. It's still a very, you know, one-sided story when you're talking about Argentina versus Venezuela and how this is going to end up playing out too. I would hope that maybe it's going to be a little bit closer than maybe what we would have seen in our first matchup if that one did play. But I still think it's going to be exciting. You know, they probably, I think Venezuela's been ready, but we were saying Argentina was like running to their setup. So like, we don't know exactly where they were, but they were anticipating playing, you know, later on, probably still like a couple hours. So maybe they're getting some food, breakfast, whatever it may be, but it'll be a fun one for sure.
I mean, the quote is always be ready. And the thing about that is also the first game that you played this season in the pre-qualifiers, it was 90-67, in which Argentina did come out on top. So, you know, Venezuela's going to go for that revenge. But as you said before, now Guyana is now in the bottom bracket, which, again, it could be back and forth because now you don't go against Brazil, in which in the previous games, the pre-qualifiers, you lost almost by 100 points. So then you kind of don't get that demoralizing defeat. So now you're past the juggernaut and now going to the next match, in which now you're going to the second and third place in this region, which is Argentina and Venezuela, and they're very close together because they do have talent over there. Argentina's always been at Brazil, trying to become the winner of the South America region, but Venezuela coming in, they've been in other eFIBA seasons as well. They do have talent, but let's see how they're going to recover for it. But as you said, they're running around, they're trying to get ready. I mean, they only had one game before with Argentina versus Venezuela, and we do got some dope players from these teams. But however, you win this, and then you go against you go against Brazil. You lose this, you go against Guyana. You still got a second chance. But the second and third, you know, placement, I mean, I think that's accurate because before we had Guyana as the third place because they had a crazy game against Ecuador in which they lost the first game and then came back. We had people in the studio rooting for them, saying they're going to go, let it go. So they got the talent. But again, second and third place, do you agree with this placement or you're just up in the air with it?
Yeah, I mean, you have to have Brazil and Argentina 1 and 2 like that.
Yes.
That's something that will never change. Now, the next question is like, where do you put these? I feel like it's a coin flip. To be brutally honest. And so I think when you do end up in a situation like that, I think everything plays out. The good part is that when you're making rankings or you're putting a number next to a team, it's a lot easier when there's just 4 compared to 19 like you might have over there in Europe as well. So yeah, like 1 and 2, that I think that one was clear as day, but like I still feel like at this point for this region that 3 and 4 spot, it's really, again, it's a coin flip for whoever's going to be number 3 between those two teams. You never know who's going to come out and play the better ball at the end of the day, but I mean, I like how everything played out. I don't think there's really any debate. I would be shocked, and this seems like an India thing that he would do. He'd probably be the guy like, I'm going to be devil's advocate, and I'm going to put Argentina number 1. And he'd be like, why? You know, what's your thought process behind that? Because it's not making much sense to me. But I think everything is. I don't know if you've had the same experience as I did working with Mr. Made in India. But hey.
Wait a minute. Production, put the camera back on us. Put the camera on us right now. I want to see us right now. First of all, this is hilarious because did you go to a class because you impersonated him so well? I thought I was talking to India.
That's working with India for like what 3 years we worked together during the 2K stuff too. So I had to hear a lot of it. I was gonna say because now you know he's doing this thing with the Indianapolis Clowns, a banana ball. I was gonna call him a clown, but people might be like, whoa, like what are they talking about? But he's a clown now.
He's a clown now, but he's always talented. But yeah, what are you gonna say? Oh my god.
There we go. Look, we got a new one. You got David. Give me some push-ups.
Oh my god. Don't quit. Okay, you're a cat. Oh my god.
And I got the lovely just soccer fan.
It's football. Come on, we got international. It's football.
The World Cup is in North America.
Which is ironic. But anyway, we're talking about how we got to those standings. Brazil was 4-0 in the pre-qualifiers, and then Argentina was 3-1. Venezuela was 2-2, and again, Guyana was sadly 1-3, but they had so many good games. They're just put about the power rankings. May not go when it comes to your actual schedule and what you're having with your scores, but The thing about that, when it comes to your record, have you seen teams, especially in esports, that have like a terrible record, but they have so much talent and they put on so many good games that you're like, we gotta bump them up a little higher?
Yeah, I mean, there's some teams that even if they were at the bottom, they weren't slouches. And, you know, that's why records can be deceiving at times, right? Like you could see a team that's maybe like 1-10 overall. Go back and look at those 11 games. And look where the score. Now, if you have point differentials added in, and I'm sorry to say, if your point differential is like a minus like 100 plus, then that tells a story. But you know, we used to have a lot of teams like in competitive NBA 2K that you know would be maybe a bubble team or a little bit below, but you look at their point differential, and they might be like positive in the point differential, or they might just be like an even. And so that's the team, like, yeah, they might on paper look awful with their record, but it can always be a lot closer. It's always something you have to factor in with it. And of course, like I said, if it is blowouts, and that's a completely different story, and you kind of know what to expect when you're going in there. But I think for at least me as a competitor, and I think a lot of other people as competitors, that you like to play to your competition. So naturally, if you are, you know, if you're Brazil and you know you're going up against like Venezuela or Guyana, you're kind of sitting there like, you never want to get in this mindset, but it naturally happens. You know, we're just going to kind of kick back a little bit. We know that we're better than them compared to when it's against Argentina. They're like, all right, well, now let me sit up and like, let me get prepared for this game. And you actually see the best of them come out. But it's always nice to make statements that it just completely ruin the morale of the other team, get into their head and just lay it down on them. Just do not give up. Because that's the one way you can get somebody to mentally check out of the entire day of games that you have. Thankfully, they you know, they win, they'll get a break and moving forward, so you don't really have to worry about that. But that's what I always think, and that's why I think it makes NBA 2K so unique as an esport, because as much as we could sit here hyping this up, who's to say like we don't come out here and we get some close games when we're thinking that it's going to be these breaks, the mental lapses that you might have because of the breaks. You're just anticipated playing a game. Now you're going to try to find scrimmages against somebody at this early in the morning. No one's playing 2K this early in the morning unless you could beat it today.
That's true, unless you're going overseas. But then to your point also is that mental aspect, because it's a lot of things when it comes to the physical. Again, we use your fingers, but and it's all up here and when you're playing these games. And also the competition is just going to get better and better. And as you said, now Brazil has a little of a lackadaisical, can go advance. But as we were talking about the Olympics, I remember one time when the United States didn't qualify and they were going against Puerto Rico, but they came in so like, oh, we're going to be fine. And then realizing, oh, we're not the juggernauts of basketball anymore. You know, people are catching up all over the world. And that's hard because sometimes, as you said, you play to your competition. I've gone to the park and you played on the field, you played ball, you played football and stuff, and you're like, oh, this team is not that good. So then you start to play to their level, and then all you start to realize you're down by a couple of goals, you're down by 20 points. You want to know, I know we're better, but the mental aspect starts to give a little block, and then you start to not do those intricate things of cutting the right way or shooting the ball you're supposed to, because now you're saying I don't have to play as good, but not realizing that other team could take advantage of you.
Yeah, I mean that is you summed it up perfectly. That's what happens when, especially like when I competed and played in 2K, of course, like I'm confident with my 5 that I had that we were going to go out there and win every single game. So you're going up against some people, you know, maybe it's like a random matchup that you just got off a Discord, right? Some guys who are, they're going to be busting their butts because they want to take you down. But meanwhile, like I'm just casually playing, but then you slowly start to realize like, oh damn, they just got off to a 10-2 start in the first quarter. Okay, when we come back, we tie it. Then the second quarter, all of a sudden that lead stretched to 15. You're like, okay, now things are getting a little bit, now we got to like sit up and lock in. But by that point, it might be too late. And you're just kind of like, oh, now you got to deal with them posting a screenshot to Twitter saying, GG's to those guys. Don't even want to put your name in there because they want to disrespect you. I even had the same thing. I was playing a soccer game yesterday. We're up 4-0 in the first 5 minutes. First shot of the game, I just look and just goes right by me. And I'm like, oh, I need like a wake-up call. I need like just something to get like, okay, like now we're in a game and now we're playing. And that's sometimes what it comes down to. It comes a time where there's going to be a big moment in one of these games to where if you are taking your foot off the gas and you're just kind of chilling while you're playing, something is going to punch you in the mouth. And you're going to be like, oh, like we're playing a competition. And you just got to hope that when that punch does come, that it is not too late for you to be able to spring something together and be able to come back in some of these games.
And no pun intended, you actually took the words out of my mouth, because I was going to say, sometimes you need a punch in the face. You need a solid fist to hit you, to wake you up. And what the 5 fingers say to the face? Smack. Or it's a block or something like that. Because sometimes you get these fast breaks, and before you know it, this guy shoots a 3. All right, cool. Coming down on defense, another 3. And after 3 threes later, you're like this, oh my God, I'm down 9 points within 4 seconds, and now you got to wake up. But then we do got a lot of competitors who don't stop, and we're going to put up the players to watch, because the next game we're going to have is Argentina and Venezuela. And yes, we already know about Brazil, Icy with the 40 points. But by the way, we're going to talk about, what the coach, Nick Gartrell, sent us. He had some decent information about ICBF, if you can remember.
Yeah, I'm actually going to pull it up right now because I remember briefly. So he was talking, we mentioned it earlier in the show that IC was playing against some North American competition. We're kind of wondering, okay, well, how does somebody from South America all of a sudden just start playing against that North American competition? He actually had, Nick couldn't decide on this. He sent us 2 separate, one voice recording, and he sent us a video to where he said the exact same thing. Well, I think he was on a full ride scholarship or a partial scholarship. So all we know is he had a scholarship of some sorts to play football, soccer in New York. Which is crazy to think about because you're that good at a real life sport and that good at a video game as well. So he got to play a lot of North American competition, and you're in college. Obviously, the sport becomes a priority, but then you're also playing the video games, kind of like on your off time. And he said that he got to go up against a lot of 2K League players at the time who were at that professional level. So that's a lot of great practice that you're able to consistently get every single time. And I believe that he mentioned it too for in-lawn. He's replacing Clamps from last year, and he said that the reason the strategic change for that is because Clamps was more of a catch and shoot shooting guard. It was great when it came to the off-ball movement. What you're going to see from in-lawn is going to be somebody who's going to be putting that ball on the floor quite a bit more and starting to move and give that dribble, because we used to be at a time in NBA 2K, and it's great to see the meta kind of unfold time after time, that we used to be like, you had your point guard, you had your sharpshooter shooting guard that was just moving off ball and playing like a Ray Allen type of player. It was literally just like catch and shoot. But now you have to have 2 guards that can dribble and put that ball on a string and be able to go get yourself a bucket. You can't just get by anymore just being a sharpshooter, which is kind of sad because I remember the stages of 2K seeing guys who were so good. But they got kind of phased out because everything started moving. Maybe they just couldn't pick up the dribbling aspect of the game, which I've played 2K since 2K10. I don't know how to dribble whatsoever. I've never been able to learn. And so, for some of these guys where you might be great at catch and shooting, if you can't evolve with the meta, you will end up getting left behind. And now it's kind of solidified itself that probably for the rest of eternity for NBA 2K, it is always going to be a 2-ball handler lineup that you have to have out there.
Yep, especially with these different builds you got to use, a 2-way, a 3-way, and I'm telling you, everyone has their own custom build. I mean, but you have your, specialties in which you have people who just specialty in dribble. You see some of these point guards, all they do is dime and dribble. That's it. They don't even shoot the ball. Yeah, they may have 0 points, but they got 40 assists. But then you got them, those shooters out there that could just rain it deep bomber no matter what and just ball out. But I just found out that we're going to have a game in a few minutes, which we got head-to-head, which is going to be Venezuela versus Argentina. And as we already talked about Argentina, there was 2 players that were highlighted. Was our shooting guard went off for 70 points with no coverage, guaranteed bucket. You got to watch out for this guy. And also Love moving. Now Love moving, you got to be crazy. Multiple 30-point games. He does not let up at all. And what I love about Argentina is that it is a unit. They play together. And Love Movement is the point guard. Then you got P. Joaquin 2000 and R. Truly and also X. Jordy as the big man, which I always love seeing if a big man is a key factor, because the battle of the bigs is always those Titans going back and forth in the paint.
Yeah, it's we get so caught up in the guard player, right? So it's always flashy. It's a guards game. Guards are going to be the ones that are going to be scoring a majority of the baskets that you see. But the kind of the unsung heroes of everything that you see in 2K is obviously the defensive aspect, which a lot of people don't touch upon, but that small forward through center position and how they can impact the game. Because off-ball scoring, your guards are going to get buckets, but anytime you can try to get somebody off-ball in those double digits, that's going to do you a lot of good moving forward.
All right, but now we have started our first game of today for the South America eFIBA Season 4. I'm your man, Vince Chang. We got the MVP of Cast and Dirk as well, and we're going to get this started right. We got Venezuela versus Argentina. Venezuela is going to be in the blue, Argentina's in white. And again, the lineup for Venezuela is going to be Adi Killer Steel, Batror 0, STB Steel, Good, Surprise 06, and Latin Modem NBA 2K. So now let's go. It's already tied up, and we're already starting right there, Dirk.
Yeah, and both of you can kind of see just finding the rhythm of the dribbling already. Lots of just trying to force your way into the mid-range and get some of those safe buckets as well. But you have situations like that where you have to be on the same page. Everyone has to be moving with fluidity. Otherwise, the spacing just isn't there. So that's when, it's something so simple you might call out. The play they're trying to run there is a fifi where the shooting guard takes the corner and the corner cuts behind the basket. When that corner doesn't move, guess what? You got two guys sandwiched in one. That's going to be an easy steal every single time.
Exactly, and as you can see, we got two people that's on screen from the cameras, but this is a 5-on-5 matchup. Each one of these players have their own person that's playing it. Now, it seems like everybody's in their house. We see some crazy setups with the Philippines, but a good slammer jammer right there from Venezuela, tying up for 4-4. But again, everyone's going to have comms, and that's going to have the communication, and that's going to be a crucial thing and when it comes to amazing gameplay here in 2K.
What you're going to see probably the biggest difference from Argentina and Venezuela in this one, because if you're a more competitive team skill-wise, you're going to get a lot of off-ball movement going. We've already seen it from Argentina here early, and they capitalized there. And now same thing right back. Venezuela says, hey, look, they can do it. I can do it just as good as well.
Yep, Jar of Jam says the first time for a slammer jam. That's a Vince Chang thing. But as you see, those cuts are being crucial, and then the defense is falling asleep. And one more time, Dirk, I think that was 4 to 5 plays in a row that they're just finding that slip and then dunking the ball.
It's what you need. It gets the guard some easy takeovers. They start moving a little bit better, the more that they could just try to rack up these assists as well. So look for a little bit more of a pass-heavy attack. Once the takeover builds up, that's when you start to see the point guards moving, and that is a good deep book there to get to the elbow. One of the moves that's become a staple in NBA 2K over the past couple of years as well.
Yep, and again, we got to watch for them takeovers, who got badges. I want to know who's going to be activated. We've been seeing deep bombers a lot, but Hydration Hero has been actually an unsung hero, I think, right here in NBA 2K26 that builds up your stamina and makes sure your dribbling can go for 24 seconds. It's been crucial for a lot of point guards. We've seen Crasher once in a while. I think I saw Dishmaster now comes from a lot of the bigs. Shout out to my homegirl Naomi, because as a big man, and you played center too, Dishmaster is crucial when you're trying to pass out a plane.
Yeah, it's that's like the thing that's become so dynamic with NBA 2K is all these different takeovers, and not just the takeovers themselves, but the fact that you can customize which attributes now are going to be improving on there. So like you can get like the +8, +9, +10 on certain attributes depending on which way that you build things. So that's always what in the history of 2K, people never really knew this. Your stats were always going up when you had takeovers moving, always moving right there for the 3. You always got a boost to your stats, but now it's a visual. So you kind of know what your player's improving on going all the way forward. But I wish I had, when I was competing, I wish I had half the takeovers that they have in the game now.
But yep, and making competition even better. Also, we need your vote in the chat if it's on YouTube or on Twitch. Who y'all got winning? Argentina by a long shot. Venezuela has my heart. Or just admire Dirk. Oh, look at you, man. Getting more praise.
See, I like that. Look at that.
Man, God, we like you here. But another jam, but could not finish it. Didn't finish his breakfast there. iKiller going on the right side. Now going to the left. Top of the key. Again, just looking for that slip. But again, this great defense from Argentina stopped it with the rebound. And let's see if they can capitalize on this fast break.
Yeah, something that Venezuela really has to try to mitigate here is the rebounding coming in from Jordy here early. He's got a few offensive rebounds, a defensive one. He's probably going to be close to double digits by the end of the first half. That's where you got to go old school. I mean, I sound like an old head talking about it. Put a body on him. You got to hold L2. You got to get the box out. You can't allow him just to run freely and get in there because these builds have such a good verticals. Wow, what a move there from Killer as well. He's going to have two-way for this defensive possession, so look for him to be a little bit more aggressive out of that corner trying to get a steal. But just something to keep in mind. That rebounding can really come back to haunt you.
But that's the thing you're saying, man, when I played in real life, man, every single time somebody cut to the paint, your coach would say, put a elbow in him. Make sure he feels you, pause. Like, yo, when you're going in, you better make sure he's getting hit because you don't want any easy points. And my coach would sub you out. He'd rather you use your fouls, stopping someone getting an easy layup and just letting someone get some easy buckets. But as you can see, Venezuela is balling out right now. This is not the team we watch in the pre-qualifiers because they're already leading by 2. And a nice slammer jam from Argentina. Gliding to the rim like an airbender, tying up the game with 23 seconds left in the first.
Yeah, I don't think we really expected it to be this close right off the rip, but 15-15 this is the best case scenario if you are Venezuela with a chance to try to take the lead here. They could have the last shot, which you want to hold for it because you don't want to give them an extra possession. Rebound there, shot from the corner, that's no good. Can't go back-to-back with it though with 6 seconds remaining. Truly looking to push the tempo, gets it up to shooting guard over here in the corner. Nothing going to happen. But 15-15, the way the first quarter ends there, Venezuela continuing to fight.
Again, Venezuela may be an unsung hero when it comes to this eFIBA Season 4. Again, they did play against Argentina. One game, 67-90. It was dominant. 22 points in the first half with Venezuela's 8. The next one, they picked it up with 20-24, and then 20-21. So it basically evened out until the fourth quarter, in which Argentina was up by 27-15, ending with 90-67. But this is a team now I'm going to be watching intently. Let's see if the point guard can keep this momentum all the way to the rim and then ripping it down as if Thor has been called with the hammer.
You can see Love Movement starting to get a little bit more of a groove going on with this pick and roll, finding a lot of openings. Really, if you're Venezuela, you can't allow him to pop off. If anything, you're trying to get shooting guard more involved. If you are Argentina, and give him a little bit more of the looks. That's when we talked about how crucial it is for those double ball handlers. There's a miss right there, and a chance for Venezuela to try to build up and get their largest lead of the game here so far in this possession.
Let's see. Let's on the point guard surveying the land. Whoa, got an ankle breaker. Oh, man, it's called STM. Save that man. This ankle's went back to South America. We got to call the police on you, brother.
Oh, nice behind the back there on the other side, too. It caught me off guard there for a moment because there's not really any flopping anymore. So when I saw this guy drop like that, just touched the earth. Hello, my friend. 22-20. As Venezuela looked to build off this G down low and just throws it down. No, can't get the timing. Good defense coming out. And now Love moving. This is the worst thing that you want to see. A good ball handler, a great shooter with deep bomber.
Let's see if he take advantage of it. But, man, got his cookies took in. Swipers all swiping. And let's see if Venezuela taking advantage of it. Going behind the arc. Wide open. Stroking it green bean with a 5-point lead. Dirk, this is the competition we want.
Yeah, and when you get hit with that cross, that Love movement, it's a great move, but as soon as you get into traffic, you're going to lose the ball every single time. So Argentina's just trying to fight for any type of options that they can get. I would really like to see them to go back to a lot of those off-ball cuts that they were doing. That was good for them to just build up some easy points. And when you're in a bit of a moment like this, where you come stagnant on the offensive side, you got to be able to adjust to that as there's a nice slam. But now we got the deep bomber coming out here from Killer 2 for Venezuela.
Is he going to take advantage of it? Again, this defense has been tested up a little bit, but again, sitting in the corner, just waiting for his opportunity. And sometimes that is your role on these teams in NBA 2K. You don't need to move around. Sometimes just get out the way. It could be 1 in, 4 out. But then when that dime comes to you, when that dot is in your hands, you got to knock it down. And Venezuela is stepping it up with this okay lead.
Well, I think we got the vote results too, by the way, for the poll.
All right, the votes are in. As you can see, 50% said Argentina by a long shot. 50% said just to admire. Are you kidding me? You got more votes than Venezuela, brother.
Let's go. Hey, come on, who voted for me? Shoot me a DM.
We got some people. We got some love, man. Again, let's see. Killer going up to the big fella. Now it's more like hot potato. Unable to get it, but a nice defense, but then also can it get that steal? Going for that mid-range, which is a lost art. Takes a second jab step, then knocking it down, getting an 8-point lead for Venezuela.
It's so crafty with the way that he's moving. I mean, from the D-books, timing that perfectly, but then the Kobe Bryant jab step actually forces you in front of the defenders quite some time as well. So even when you're kind of in a spot where you have the ball picked up, it's one of the glitchiest moves in the game. It should be a travel every single time, but that's a way you can get a quick opening. So just something to always keep an eye on. When he finds himself in a sticky spot, he can always do that. As that one's a little bit more of an ill-advised shot. Now it's time to move on the fast break. Shooting guard gets in a shot, and wow, a 21% drills it home there for Argentina.
A transition 3 was one of the best shots coming up when I was playing in college. Before, no one really wanted to slow it down to get in your offense. But the great thing about the transition 3 is that even if you miss, you got 4 people flying down, hopefully, for an offensive board. But a give and go, and I'm telling you, sometimes it's time to be unselfish. You learned that in first grade. Sharon is Karen, making it 30-29.
And what do we always talk about in the sport of basketball? Defense to offense is the recipe to winning. And that is what you're seeing from Argentina on back-to-back possessions. Finally, Venezuela's able to slow some things down. Deep bombers back in there. That's the craziest part about TakeOver this year. You lose it, you get it right back, depending on the severity of what you had. If you get a turnover, it goes down a lot more. But now he's just going to keep on playing this game where he has the deep bomber. I always like when a point guard's not super aggressive when they have deep bomber on the offensive side for them to score, because it opens up so much for him to just start to facilitate the ball if he needs to.
Exactly. And then, look, feeding the defense all the way to him, attracting everyone to one side. And then what happens? The defense goes, falls asleep, and then gets that easy score right there. We got 30 seconds left in the second. Now the game is only a 3-point match. Unable to knock it down. Let's see if Venezuela can capitalize.
Yeah, I think a new stat that they're trying to track in basketball now is like the gravitational pull that an offensive player creates when they're on the floor. That's kind of what it is for in the game of 2K. Look how many bodies fly out to him if he gets any type of space. It's just going to open up somebody every single time. He's being double teamed right now, but the spacing is all over the place for Venezuela. Maybe they could try to get something up here. They cannot. Great contest, great rebound coming out. And wow, time is flying here when you're having fun. It's halftime already.
Oh, man, I got an amazing co-streamer, amazing co-broadcaster, and also just a man in his own right as a legend with esports now. Man, I wish I could have had you a little bit more. Shout out to India, shout out to Jar, but you're a nice little substitution when it comes to eFIBA family, so thank you for participating. But as you can see, the energy's going crazy. eFIBA Season 4 is already on and going. We got so many people already punching their ticket to Qatar, but you are watching South America region. 34-31, Venezuela has been leading most of the game, with another slip, dip, and rock in the rim with 36-31, and let's see if they can hold this.
36-30. I didn't think we were going to be in a position like this. I thought it maybe be something that Argentina would just kind of, I don't want to say coast. I feel like it does a disjustice to them, but realistically speaking, right, who thought that it would be Venezuela at halftime with a lead, right? And they keep on building on this. It keeps on going back to a 2-possession lead every single time as well.
Whoa, look at that quick pass right there. Look at that diamond. I feel like Paul Rudd. Who'd expect it? Not me. Not me. Look at us. Look at us. Not me.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? And I'm thinking, love moving and grooving. Another up and down, and the big fella doing his job, taking off from the hash. Had a little bit of Zion Williamson's in there. The big fella's ready to eat.
They're giving up the slip a lot. That's something that they might have to correct here because it's allowing Venezuela to get some easy points if you are Argentina. Now they go with a little bit more of an overload here on the left side, sends Argentina scrambling, and that just leaves Killer open. That was a deep shot, but still a good shot. Great rebound there by G, and he's going to end up being fouled. It's only the first for Jordy. We mentioned his rebound that he had in that first quarter. Has slowed down a little bit more here. Not getting so many offensive ones, which obviously stick out more than the defensive side, but still being able to hold his own quite a bit more. And I would like to see Killer maybe try to kick up the offense and be a little bit more selfish, right? We talked about the deep bomber passing a lot more, a little bit too much more of a pass-heavy stroke, as there you go. Another transition 3 there for Argentina. We're all squared away at 38.
You know, Argentina is not going to go anywhere. They got more fight. They got battlers. They got gladiators. But let's see if Venezuela is going to find opening again. Killer, point guard, still being the general on the court. Finds up, trying to use that pick and roll, but unable to get that slip. And as you see, Argentina is now preparing for it. They're already saying they're getting killed with those pick and rolls, those slips on the weak side, and they're not going to give it up anymore. But when you go to the foul line, I'm going to say this all the time, shots win games, but free throws win championships. You got to knock it down. And we've been seeing some people miss it, so it's been a little difficult in 2K26 to shoot free throws.
Oh, they've made it incredibly hard. I think last year was a little difficult, but this year is even more difficult in that regard as well. So it's never a freebie. Now for the guards, it should be. Like it should be in real life, right? If you're a guard in the league, you should be shooting at a high level. Now for the bigs, that's where it gets a little bit more interesting. As Killer again with takeover, it's been a repeat process. Cristo can't get the easy one to go there. Now Argentina, as crazy as it sounds, a chance to take their first lead since the start of the first quarter, I want to say.
I don't think they actually had a lead at all, unless they were the first team to score, because we just got on the broadcast. But after that, Venezuela has been capitalizing every single play and keeping the lead. Giving the man to the big man, a nice short, could have been a nice mid-range, doing that, but again, gets tripped. Oh, the referee, man, come on, the meta, yeah, I'll call that. But then one more time for the mid-range, that was smoother than a Pedro Pascal delivery, and now they're finally up by 2.
Yeah, that midi flare is something that everybody on the court can do when you get the timing right, leads to those openings. Smart IQ there just to force the double team, pick up the dribble. Cristo, though, is open in the corner. He makes them pay, rattles around, and finally drops on in. That's a double-double, by the way. 11 points and 12 assists from Killer of Venezuela. He has been playing sensational.
Oh my God, look at those stats. But the shooting guard right there, I gotta admit, their strategy is better than Attack on Titan trying to take on a Titan. They're really showing a lot of heart right now because Venezuela is that unsung hero, I think, in South America. These are the best of the best playing, and another slipping, dipping, ripping. So now we're tying again at 45 with 1:30 left in the third. I don't know which way it's gonna go, Dirk.
Yeah, and really, you're kind of just seeing a point guard masterclass between both of them, mixing up their own offensive shot. That's one you got to have. There's been a couple misses now with the deep bomb takeover, and it's so hard to track the statistic, but how punishing it is when you do have a takeover and you're missing wide open shots. It's something that you really just kind of beat yourself up over. But then, of course, it opens up avenues like this, and it's a huge block down in the paint. Jordy rejected as Venezuela look to try to take back the lead. It's G down in there, slams it down with the right hand.
My goodness, you rejected like bad Wi-Fi. My goodness, there was no connection there. The only connection was to your ego behind the back pass, and now dancing and prancing as if we were down in Carnival. This is what we want. We want salsa. We want bachata. We need those feet moving and those balls grooving as well. But let's see, Joey on the top of the key, going to right side. Deep Bonner, man, he shot that from Zucatan. You know where that is on the map? Neither do I.
Right on top of the eFIBA logo. Venezuela goes up by 3. 40 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. Moving straight down to the paint. And now, so you have the deep bomb takeover for both the guards of Argentina, which is a scary sight. And somehow Venezuela still sitting comfortable so far here in this one. A 2-for-1 opportunity. They won't take it. Killer, though, from the hash. He's elite. Oh, he airballed it. That is disgusting. And in transition, a massive 3 for Argentina to go up by 2.
They right now are the main character in the anime arc, right? There's no dip. They're right now on the rise of taking on the top of the top. And they're looking at Argentina with in their sights. Their crosshairs are ready to shoot, and they're not afraid. Venezuela going right here, trying to get some, but a nice shot right there. As I said, they're going back and forth. This is what we want. We want battlers, we want shooters, and we want true ballers, and they're going right now.
Oh, that's so scary. Jumping at somebody on a last-minute heave. I was like, oh, no, is it going to be a foul? Is it going to be some free throws? So we've solved nothing through 3 quarters. It's 52-52, as there's a big rejection there from the shooting guard of Venezuela. And there's going to be an intentional foul just to slow things down. Second personal, though, for Truly. Still nothing to really worry about so far in this game. But now it's a chance for Venezuela to take back the lead.
Let's see if the point guard Killer has actually been a killer on the court. He's been taking over. Just see Deep Bomber is not activated anymore. Trying to get an ankle breaker once again. Giving it to back. Batrol going from left side. Truly going up, getting tricky with it, but unable to finish, in a smart foul to calm it down. But if he would have made that, I would have went crazy there, Dirk.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, his teammate was hanging on the rim, so if he went back up with it right there, it would have been offensive interference. So they'll get a chance to reset it here. Shot clock, get some more extra time. It's got to force something up. Still have plenty of time to work with. That's when you like to at least try to get something going off ball. Now Argentina gets the ball back. Still a stalemate here in the first minute here of this quarter. Jordy with a huge offensive rebound, puts it right back up there with the smiley face and all. 54-52 as Venezuela quickly advance it, and now they'll hold up the play. A little bit miscue, but this is precious time birthed out the shot clock.
Yep, one thing for certain and two things for sure. These players are ready. You got $50,000 on the line if you go to the grand final in Qatar. Again, this is eFIBA Season 4. Follow us all over eFIBA_official on all social media. Unable to knock that down, but also go to eFIBA.basketball for more information. Thank you guys for participating. I'm seeing people in the chat. We're going crazy. We got 3:45 left in the fourth. We got Nerdy Swag, shouting us out. Span 101 is saying Dirk debut. Yes, sir. The fans are in for you, brother.
I love Spam. The content god is what I've always called him.
Oh, I like content gods. But let's see, competition gods are going out right now. The Titans are going back and forth. A cross pass, but a little hot potato. Maybe it was too hot for him. Little crossover, big fella. The mid-range, unable to knock it down. But you see Venezuela in the blue, keeping it on their side. Gobbling everything up like hungry hippos. Bacho going to the left side. A little cross, boss, and a toss. And now hitting his mark behind the arc, tying it up at 54.
Oh, we got ourselves an absolute barn burner to kick it off. It was a slow start to the show, but now the pace is kicked up to a whole nother level here. 10 seconds remaining here on the shot clock. Moving, had to get the reset over to Jordy. Moving, calls back door. Truly with the dunk beater, throws it down. Argentina back up by 2.
As you see that there was tempo control like a prestige HBO show. They took their time and find the open man. Now you don't need a rush because right now it's a very close game. This is when you just play what you're good at, okay? Don't get anything outside your man, and this man shooting outside from the promised land. 57-56, Venezuela's up by 1.
A pass back that should have never happened. The looming 3-second call. Somehow Killer is able to find some space and get off a clean look. How will Argentina respond? They are down by 1, and they respond in a huge way! A massive 3 to put them back up by 2.
Boom, boom, and boom. This is cinematic. An Oscar is going to be given to somebody. Almost missing that mid-range, taking it nice and slow, and still knocking it down, 59-59.
He hit the Luka Doncic Jokic step back slow movement. There you go. We got our Tiso clutch time coming into play here down the stretch.
As you already know, there are innovators by tradition, but there's some shooters by occupation. Let's see who's going to step up to the challenge and come out on top. Tied up, 1:43 left in the fourth. Given to the open man with that short corner, which is one of my favorite shots in the game, but you got to defend it. Now only up by 2, and we got a lot more time to play.
1:35 here to go. Killer with the takeover. The wrap does come through, trying to set the screen, trying to get any space possible. They double up high. Pass over to Bajot. The behind the back, he's moving. He's grooving to the inside, gets it to G, and just causes that much of a distraction. 61 apiece.
Woo! Joey looking like the 100-meter in a freaking track rate, just giving it like the baton. Don't have to get crazy with the assists, just need those 2 points. We got a minute 13, Dirk, 61-61. 2 South American teams not giving up, trying to win the first game. Don't forget, this is only day 1. They still have another gameplay to go.
That's crazy to think about with the one, how close this is. He gets an ankle breaker, shooting guard, pump fakes it. 7 seconds remaining. Jordy got to pull a rabbit out of a hat here. Is it going to be a blocking foul? And it is. Argentina will get the ball right back, and that adds an extra 14 on that shot clock as well. And we'll see what they move here. Moving straight down the lane. Tries to kick it out and does. Truly with the ball. 6 seconds remain. What do you got for us, Argentina? They got nothing. Venezuela swipes the ball away. Surprise gets it in the corner. And now Venezuela can slow things down with a chance to take the lead with 45 seconds remaining here in this one.
About 3 possessions left, going up. Great contestation by Argentina. I probably made that word up. I don't care. Going to the right side. Love moving, going to the left. Behind the back. Yo, this man knows that dribble stick. Understanding his build is made to take ankles as if it's his job. Going to a nice short and a great dunk by Argentina. Bringing it up by 2 points with 24 seconds left.
It's tough. There's about like a 0.5 second between the shot clock and the game clock in this one. So realistically, if you're Venezuela, you could hold for that last shot if you want to try to tie or take the lead. We'll see what happens. The final 10 seconds here of game number 1 between Venezuela and Argentina. Killer gets the ball, cuts on the inside of the bench. Oh, Killer by number 3. Killer knocks it down. The biggest shot of the game puts him up by 1.
I'm telling you, Killer right now is that assassin. He had it in his sights, hitting his mark behind the arc with this T-so clutch time. I'm telling you, these shooters are ready. They are locked and loaded. However, we still got 2.3 seconds left. Let's see how Argentina is going to respond. Truly, going in for the inbound. Shooting guard, giving him up to the left side. Great defense, and they're unable to stop him. A 1-point lead, a 1-point win from an underdog from South America, and Venezuela wins the first game. Even though it's summer 2, I'm still sweating, Dirk.
You and I are red, and it looks like we just got done tanning. It looks like we're down in South America right now on a beach. I mean, the craziest thing, all right, you're the hoops guy. You know how crazy it is that you don't even get a shot up in a tire win scenario. Like, give me an attempt. Don't pass the ball back and forth. Just put it up at that point. Pray for a foul, pay for a fluke, but I did not expect this. The disrespect on the poll that more people are here to admire me than what Venezuela just showed us there in that game number 1. A truly just thriller down there in South Africa between these two nations.
I'm telling you, and the stats are absolutely stacked. It was teamwork all around. Nearly every single player on Venezuela was in double digits, which was great. The big fella showed out with over 16 points with 9 assists. But the one thing I do love about it is that none of these squads backed down for a second. It was pedal to the metal from the jump. And we talked about this before we got in the game, saying sometimes you play to your competition. Sometimes you come in saying, hey, you know, I beat this team before. We don't have to play as hard. But Venezuela came out, put that foot on the Tiger's neck and did not let up. But the Tiger from Argentina was clawing as much as he can, but you couldn't get out the cage. And they literally showed the heart that we want to see in eFIBA Season 4. And we're going to see some more competition because, again, now it's the sum of both games. This is the beauty of it now. It's only a 1-point lead. So you just got to play your game. Sometimes you got to pick in the back of your mind. We're down by 15. You got to go into the second half thinking about, okay, we got to make sure we even it out and then start playing your game in the third and fourth. Now it's just all lower stones to the wall. I don't know if I can say balls to the wall, but I'm going to do it anyway, and they're going to go crazy.
Yeah, and you know, that is the mindset you kind of have to adjust to, right? Because you sit there and you think, okay, well, that's game number one. And you're automatically thinking esports shift to a best of 3 mindset, but that's not what you have to play for. Here you can see the box score, how everything played out. And, you know, I think something Argentina did so good was getting everybody involved in offboard, where it was the shooting guard, you know, kind of moving around, dexing, midi flares, getting the back doors involved with Truly. With Venezuela, what's so hard to play them defensively, when Killer has takeover, I think for more than 75% of that game, it forces you to have to play out of body defensively. You have to double team more, which opens up the slip and allows other players to try to get involved. So you really have to make it a point of emphasis if you are Argentina this next game. That 22-16 that you just saw from Killer, you need to decrease those numbers. You need to make him sure you can have a double-double. It's going to happen naturally in the game of NBA 2K. You need to make him not much more of a passing threat. Somebody has to take the risk of when there is G wide open down in the paint because you're doubling up top, the corner has to go down there and make a play. They got to go for a steal. You got to risk it in some type of fashion because that's just something that you can't allow. The more assists that you're giving him, the longer his takeover is just going to continue to drag over and over every single possession you see. But as soon as you get one turnover, you're going to see this entire game flip on its head. One turnover forced to the point guard is not going to cut it in this game.
I kid you not. I should call you Killer Dirk because now you're making me look better. See, that's an expert analysis right there, ladies and gentlemen. My game is in ballers. He knows what he's talking about. And that was the first stat because he was averaging a double-double with points and assists, Killer from Venezuela in the pre-qualifiers. But let's not shy against 2 other players that were the players to watch. R, shooting guard, and L moving with 21 points and then also 24 points. And also the point guard, you know, moving with 11 assists. These are some unselfish teams and unselfish guards, unselfish key floor generals. Finding the open man, and you gotta give credit to the people who are actually scoring the rock. They're not showing for it. Now, that last play, as you said, hey, just chuck it up. I'd rather go out missing the shot instead of doing nothing. But it was great defense. Great defense of Venezuela. And that's going to be a key factor going into the second game. But again, it's just a 1-point difference. So now both these teams can go all out.
Yeah, when you have 2 seconds on the clock, it's kind of obvious what you need to do at that point, because in the game of 2K, you have time for, by the time that the person catches the ball, 1 pass and that's it. You can't make the secondary pass anymore. So whoever the trigger guy is at that point has to let it fly. On the defensive end, when you're Venezuela, it's like, okay, well, all we got to do is play man defense. The only way I get scored on is, again, I jump, I cause a foul, they shoot free throws, which if that happens, tip your hat to 2K at that point and say, it's just not my day today. The secondary one is if they do hit a crazy contested shot, which we have seen this year in 2K, where we saw it a couple times in there. You can still green 20%, 25% contested shots. But I love the discipline for Venezuela and everyone just keeping their head on a swivel, because that flare-up play that they had there from that corner was something that Argentina ran plenty of times, and we saw in the highlights too, and they capitalized on it. I always called it the new Dini play that the 76ers used to do way back. Dini flare up every single time coming up the floor. That's just like the one that he made his bread and butter and made hundreds of thousands of dollars by doing. So when you get that flare up, you just have to play it to where you're constantly sticking in front of them and just got to hope that maybe an animation doesn't drag him in. Good part is when he made his run up from that corner to the wing, just the angle that he took the pass naturally brought him around the arc instead of like a midi flare cutting onto the inside. So again, you gotta let it fly. There's no pass back opportunity at that point. If there was like 4 seconds left, yes, that play worked out perfect. Shooting guard probably would have got a midi flare. Maybe they hit the shot, but you know, we're not here for maybes. We're only here for solidified results. And Venezuela got it done with a 1-point victory.
And again, those slits were actually key. Before we continue, we're going to talk about the chat. All right, we got a vote up here. What will be the X factor? Stick drift? We got nothing having booths. Okay. And we're talking about singing show. What? We're talking about the singing show. Okay. Look, sometimes production posts stuff. I don't know where it is, but again, put your vote. What is the X factor? Stick drift, not having boosts, or we're going to talk about singing show. Now, I also had this thing. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Those slits were working from like no one's business. And the thing about it, I call it the low kick effect, because when we played them fighting games, everybody had that one player just did the low kick. You couldn't defend it.
just spam it over and over.
Just spam the low kick. low kick, low kick. Hey, I'm winning though. It's legal. And guess what? You got to do it. Hey, find a way to stop me. And that's how Venezuela and Argentina were both playing though, because as you saw, with the first 10 possessions of the game, they were using the exact same play against each other. And then they found out how to stop by stepping up the defense. And then as you see, tight match all the way. But Venezuela had almost a 6, maybe 7-point lead, but Argentina did not let up and crawled back and made a 1-point possession. This next game is going to be fire, Dirk.
Yeah, and this is what it's always tough, because I think we see it a lot with the teams that are highly ranked, and rightfully so, that, you know, are better on paper than the opposition. They have a slow game one, but then we know that the best teams in the world, their bounce backs are phenomenal. I mean, it's just like, they'll come out there, get dominated game two, all of a sudden they're the ones dropping like a 30-point victory. So that's something we do have to keep in mind, because as much as you play again into the underdog story, you've done all the preparation, you just came out on top of the win. You exert so much energy into that one game, and I guarantee you that emotion in the comms for Venezuela is probably at an all-time high. Now you got to come down from that little high that you just on. You got to go focus up and get ready for that game number 2, and things can change. But I'm going to be honest with you. As close as it was, and it was a defensive battle, right? Because it's only 64-63, so it's not like the offense was just going crazy the entire time. You got to show me something if you're Argentina to where you can get consistent stops. And again, there's going to be an X factor this game. I don't know who it's going to be, but based on my knowledge of 2K, it's going to have to be the center, as crazy as it sounds, to make a defensive play, or the power forward. Probably the two anchors, right? The small forwards, they're good for playing on that on ball, maybe trying to get some plucks, but just really not a thing that much this year. The plays I'm talking about, and I'll highlight it if it does happen, is the bait plays. If you're playing up high, getting back into the paint, knocking the ball away just to disrupt it, even if you don't come out with a steal, just to slow the pace down, or just those absolute, like, guy dropping for the wing, pick six. Like, those type of plays, that's what you need from Argentina. Venezuela didn't do it that much, but it's a lot different when you're playing with a 2-possession lead in your advantage. You can have some of those small lapses and play 2-point games if you're getting some threes on the other end, or if you just keep trading twos at that point, Venezuela's going to win. That's just what we got to keep an eye out for from Argentina specifically. There has to be somebody who goes big defensively here in this one. Hello. I still hear you.
Cameras now, but again, I could be the voice of God. We could go to the head-to-head real quick. We're going to talk about, and you look so good by yourself, man. You look so good. Oh, back!
It's the broadcaster anxiety of just being on camera by yourself, just like, what do I do?
Hey, but you know what? You weren't alone. You're never alone. We're a team, baby. We're a team. There's no INT, but there's a me, and me going to talk about the head-to-head. Now, the head-to-head is what we're going to talk about. You talk about the big fella. We're calling out one of the players on Argentina. That's going to be ex-Jordy. This man had double-doubles in the pre-qualifiers, but see if he could step up against Venezuela. Now, Venezuela's big man, you know, you can't shy about, because also Latin Moldem is playing decent. He had a couple of double-doubles. We'll see if it's going to be the battle of the bigs. But you were talking about finding your groove and see if you can capitalize on it. Now, before we go crazy, again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Again, we got to say one more time, this is eFIBA Season 4. Make sure you go to eFIBA_ on all social media content. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. The chat is going great. Thank you so much. I have to do a special shout out to our own sideline interviewer extraordinaire, Jasmine McCoy, saying that they tuned in a little bit and people are saying, what broadcast is that? It sounds amazing. And she just went, hey, that's Vince and Dirk, coolest guys I know. Hey, we're doing a pretty good job, buddy.
Hey, we got if I can get the Jasmine McCoy stamp of approval any time in my lifetime, I take that. I take it and I run with it. I mean, this might be the only time Jasmine's ever given me praise, but no, I'm just kidding. Jasmine's amazing to work with too. She does such an amazing job. I'll tell you something, like your preparation's on another level. I don't know if it reaches the Jasmine McCoy level though.
But now you got competition. Okay, let's do it.
You'll have to see when you go in person in Qatar and she's there. I mean, watch her just with her notepad, maybe a Starbucks coffee in the left hand, notepad and a pen in the right, and bouncing from team to team, question to question, this and this, this and this, and all of a sudden that notebook is full by the end of day one. You're like, whoa, how did this happen?
We talked about positions on the court. Some people are point guard, shooting guard, a lock, big man. Look, I'm down to play my role as long as all of us come out with the win. Jasmine got her strength. India has his strength. Tats has his strength. You got your strength, but we are a team. So thank you so much. Now, back to what Argentina is about. When you talk about the previous games, they were 3-1 against Guyana. When it was total, it was 242 to 115. Dominant games of 100 points each game. Now against Ecuador, 98 to 73, a little bit tighter. 98 to 84. Okay, again, against Venezuela, that one game, 9-6-7. Brazil was their only real loss, 54 to 85, 56 to 72. But they're showing more dominance now. Now they're scoring over 60 points. Again, now saying that they have the means to actually get these buckets and not going against a team that also did the same thing. But now, as you talked about that high, you win in a tight game like this. Does that bubble go down? Are you going to talk about, the old school Olympic team with, when United States went against Argentina and they're going against Manu Ginobili, and then Coach K put that little, tippet on everyone's locker saying, look, Manu Ginobili is the best shooting guard in here, best this, best that. Dwayne Wade took it personally, Kobe Bryant took it personally, and they're playing against it, but then Manu Ginobili gets hurt, and all of a sudden all that excitement deflates, and slowly but surely they start coming back. What happens now? You have been a professional 2K player before. How do you combat that high going to the next game within minutes so you can ride the high and not somewhat get deflated?
It's very tough to do because it all depends on how much time that you have between the games. And one, like, honestly, what you're doing between games, right? I mean, I think the go-to for anybody, especially when you're in a remote environment, right? You're just kind of like you're just scrolling on your phone. I mean, there's only so much that you can really do in 2K. Like, you can go ahead and shoot around the arena if you want, but everybody knows that the arena timing's not going to match at what you're actually playing in the actual games anyway. Yeah. So I think everybody's process is a little bit different to how they can just stay like mentally focused. Like for me, like me just going on my phone and kind of scrolling, maybe not going to like in the heat of things like on X or anything, just because you might see. So, I mean, everyone can have the thickest skin in the world, but then you see one thing and you're just kind of like, oh, damn, that's what so-and-so's saying about me and stuff. So I think it's just you got to be like selective and just kind of do what you want. I think a lot of people who compete in really anything, even for us as broadcasters, we have routines that we do before the show. Players have routines that they do when they first wake up, when they're in the arena and all these different things. So I think it's just it's finding what kind of keeps your mental at ease, right? You can go back. I mean, maybe you go like, I know so many people that they would get done with their first game. The first thing that they're doing, even like on stage, is that they have their cell phone and they're looking at the VOD already. They're going back and looking at the broadcast and like studying actively. Then obviously you have the coaches that can be there to kind of help you be grounded and kind of give you some advice as well. Because no matter what, even when you win, there's always something that you can go back and review. Now, maybe if you're blowing a team out, you win by 30. Yeah, you probably played a picture-perfect game, but there's probably some key moments in there like, hey, I missed this wide-open shot. Why did I miss it? Did I get an animation? Did I get a weird catch? So I think that's always what you got to do just to try to stay mentally locked in like that, especially when you're on the winning side. Like, I think when you're a team like Argentina, and yet you lose a close one by 1, and it's just the game number 1, you're still fine. You can kind of sit there and say, oh, you know what, like, we are better than them. Yes, we played a close game. I think on the side of Venezuela, that's where you kind of have to just keep that feeling that you had at that game and kind of realize too that as much as great defense that you can play, if another team is getting wide open and missing wide open shots, that's not good defense. Just because they miss, it's not good. And so there was a couple times I called it out to you as well with the the deep bomber takeover. Do we want to play offense heavy if I want to go out there and score everything? Do I want to be the one to dish the ball? There was a couple times I called it out. I think Love moving with his deep bomber takeover on wide open shots. He missed 2 wide open easy ones, not even from range, from like on the line too. That's just like, it's so tough because the only thing is it's user error at that point. There's no the RNG talks and all those other things. So, and if you correct that with some of the open looks that he was getting, then that's where you just gotta. That's the one thing for Venezuela. If you really want to take over the game, make sure opportunities like that don't happen. Because when you're as good of a player as he is, he is gonna knock those down this game. I don't think he's gonna come out there and start to miss and shoot a terrible percentage from 3. They realize that their backs are now against the wall, and what does that do? That's gonna bring the best out of these elite teams. Sometimes as crazy as it is, you need adversity. You have to be that team that has you're fighting against something, because it is going to make you play better against the competition.
Exactly, and the votes are in right now. Let's see, everybody voted about what is the X factor. Not having boost is number 1, stick drift in 32. And we talk about a singing show, Baby You. But this is what I'm going to talk about with those boosts, because on the opposite side, Killer was shooting from the logo. Dame time, every single time he just had an inch of light, he was going Hoosiers 1, 2, 3, and letting it fly, and then stroking it green. But that's the benefit of having those boosts. And you keep saying, and you do some great analytics, thank you so much, Dirk, about having your takeover, but then still having those assists. And now you're just riding that high. You're just going to let it flow. And you know what? And the team is going to let you go, because a lot of these are the point guards that they already have the trust of the team. They're going to take us to the promised land. They're going to be unselfish, because, again, those assists, numbers don't lie. 16 and 11. That's not selfish. To have a double-double like that, and then total, Venezuela, I think, had 22 assists, and then the man had 16. And in other words, it was 18 assists, 11. That's the majority of it, and then they're also going to be unselfish. But then also, we have a lot of communications with the comms too. That's the one thing I've always appreciated when it comes to NBA 2K. Everyone is talking. Nobody's quiet. It's just like when you play real basketball. All right, screen, left, I'm down in the corner. It's never a quiet moment. And when you have that communications, you can come out on top and be great. What are you laughing at?
You're the technician now. And I played for Great Britain.
So they're shooting at me. They're just giving facts for you. His name is Dirk. He likes football and soccer. He played for Great Britain. Now this guy right now, he's giving motivational speeches by running a 15-mile. He's Vin Diesel with awesome Fast and Furious movies. And also, for some reason now, he knows how to fix his camera with his bare hands. That's the quarter age he has. All right, I like it. This is amazing.
I think I got my Great Britain jersey somewhere in my closet over there. I think my girlfriend wore it for work. They had a Olympics day, and she goes, "Do you have any Olympic stuff?" I was like, "I got a Great Britain jersey. I don't know how it's gonna fit in with your American workplace, but hey, maybe it'll work out." But yeah, to your point, boosts are always a pivotal part of that. Just does give you that extra oomph that you need on your player for stamina wise and also statistics wise. Can it make or break a game? I don't think so at this point, because your players are so good. But yeah, the takeover aspect is the biggest thing. When you're looking at the game, and I mentioned that your stats now improve just as you're kind of moving your way up there as well, but you become a little bit more of a dynamic attack as moving gets them started off with a 3.
All right, again, this is the second game of a Summer 2 between Argentina and Venezuela. Again, you got to make sure you keep in mind with the previous game. It's only a 1-point difference, and Venezuela did come out on top by 1. So at all times, technically, as long as it's tied, Argentina is going to be trailing. But you see, we're different with the jerseys. In blue is going to be Argentina, and Venezuela is in the white. Let's see, a love movement knocks it down, making it a 3-point game. Argentina now is a little bit angry. Let's see if they can step up.
Welcome to production's favorite part of the show, called Who Can Do Math Better, Vince or Dirk?
I don't know, bro. You're on your own. I know what I'm good at. I'm good at little quips, anime, little one-liners, keeping the energy up. When it comes to 1, 2, 3, sometimes I add a letter in there. I can't do it. No, I'm all right.
You're by yourself. I failed math in high school, so I'm not the guy to do any type of mathematical equations. So I'll let the powers that be, the people that are above us, do all the math and just communicate with us, unless it's something simple. But even then, sometimes if it's 64-60, I second guess myself. I'm like, better put this in a calculator just to be safe. And it's a 4 differential. I'm like, okay, I knew that.
I second guess everything. Argentina now, different opening, really showing out that they should be on top. But again, Venezuela is trying to play the best of the defense. 12-5 game with 2:51 left in the first. It's still flying. Love moving. Fine truly did not hesitate with a shot. Great offensive board by Jordy. We talked about the big men have to step it up, dishing it back out, being unselfish, making it a 10-point lead.
Yeah, we're seeing such a heavy emphasis in a 3-point attack now from Argentina. I feel like every single attempt that they're taking so far in this game is just that. And again, these elite teams, they want to come out, they want to send a statement, say, okay, you know what? You might have got us in game number 1. Let me show you what's going to happen here in game number 2. And already, this is the largest lead that we've seen between both games. 10 points in favor, and we still have 2:25 to go. They're already at 15. That's pretty high scoring in a game of NBA 2K.
Bajo going to left side. And also, we're going to talk about the two people you're seeing left and right, these Kings and Titans in their own right with 2K. We got Argentina to the left, and then we have Venezuela to the right. To the right is going to be Joaquin 2000, and to the left is Love moving. So you're going to see a point guard work it, and also one of the good guards trying to score.
It's a scary sight. And the one thing I did like from Argentina that kind of showed in the second half of game number 1 was their defense to offense. When you start to get blowout games like this, or sorry, I shouldn't call this a blowout obviously right now, but games that are trending in that way, defense to offense is crucial because those guards are just going to leak out, just going to give them open threes. Because right now, Argentina is getting everything that they want in whatever fashion that they want. Off balls, love moving, actually putting the ball on the floor, working out in the PNR. They're getting so many wide open threes, and Venezuela didn't allow that to happen any point of last game, but now that's all that's happening here in this one. Oh my goodness. 38% pull up, working the middle like KD.
Man, Joaquin, I'm sorry, it was not a guard. He's a small forward, but he could be a tweener with a three-way player, but a great runner when it comes to that mid-range. But I don't know if you saw that ex-Jordy knocking down the three as if he was Cat from the Knicks mixed with a little bit of Joel Embiid. No hesitation. It was silent but deadly, but that was a key part. And as you see, putting the pedal to the metal. Argentina not letting up, going for this fast break, finding that corner, a nice little dot, but able to hit his shot. Big man one more time with offensive rebound, and that was so nice. We saw it twice. Back to the big fella out behind the arc, 26-7.
Yeah, as the game of basketball in real life goes, we grew up in a time of Shaquille O'Neal and all these dominant inside bigs to where now the 5 position, if you can't shoot that ball, your time won't be long spent, and that's in 2K and the NBA. Obviously, you still have some that can stand out a little bit more, but right now, I mean, I think this was maybe the expectation that we had in game number 1, what Argentina was going to be able to do, but are we shocked? You know, I know that they only lost by 1 in that previous game, but then now they're coming out here and genuinely they're just getting every opportunity they could possibly wish for.
They're basically knitting everything together. It's getting tighter than a thriller plot. But the one thing I want to know is that can Venezuela respond? I mean, you're still not out of the game. They've came back before with a nice little slammer jammer from them there. It's only a 20-point lead. And it's weird to say when it comes to NBA 2K, only 20-point lead isn't that much when it go into the first quarter.
Yeah, it's tough when you're giving up stuff like that. I mean, 32 points, still 17 seconds to go. A super, super high, like well above average quarter that you can have in a game of NBA 2K when you're talking about at this level. But right now, Venezuela is just kind of out of the loop. You can see that the confidence levels on this break of coming into this game have just been at an all-time high. I mentioned defensively, they just have to be a lot better. Wow, that's a great 3 there at the buzzer coming from the deep left corner. Argentina defensively is playing so free-flowing, and there's nothing more scary in 2K than guys that are just flying everywhere, covering every single base possible, and being able to do it without any error. They're getting in the lanes finally, they're knocking the ball loose, and they're transitioning that defense into some of the easiest offense that you might see.
I'm taking a line of one of my favorite games, Mortal Kombat, flawless. That's what they're trying to be. If they're flawless, then they're definitely going to come out on top. But again, 32-12, a nice 20-point, a big fella. Get a rejection. Get that out of here. Like when I tried to slide in Rihanna's DMs, I never got anything back, and I never do. I'm still going to keep saying it on the broadcast, so one day she will leave. Never mind.
Open it?
Nope. No. She's with the good guy. They're both Bayesian, so I can't say nothing, but I respect relationships. Anyway, a good 3 right there, 35-12. Argentina now. Now, here's another factor, and you can talk about this, Dirk, because these teams have coaches. When you have, quote-unquote, a close game or bad game, but the other game was good, how crucial it is for a coach to get in that backside and say, either you step up or we're going home.
Yeah, it's tough because obviously you don't want to go out there and just like immediately just start saying like how bad you're playing and start like ripping into your team, especially during a game. You just kind of got to ease things. And I feel like so much of coaches in esports, depending on which esport that you're talking about, you don't really need a coach to be like an X's and O's person. You just need somebody to keep everybody grounded mentally and kind of be a motivator at that point. Even when like times are like this, just finding ways to give them like little tidbits. All right, guys, like let's, you know, it's 35-14 right now. Let's try to cut this down to like a 15-point game. Let's try to cut this down to a 10-point game at this mark. Give them milestones that they have to reach, so it's something to play for. So it's not just like this game of like, whoa, we're so far down. Give them a goal for them to try to pursue as the game continues to go on. And that's why I see so many great comebacks when you do have coaches like that. Like half the times, if you listen to a comms of a coach and it's a blowout game, they're like, all right, guys, it's a halftime. Like, let's focus. Let's get this down to 12. It's going to be baby steps. It's not going to be something where we're just going to just surge back into the game. It has to be something that's built up like piece by piece, possession by possession every single time.
Yep, and Venezuela is going to be playing chess, not checkers, but opposite. Argentina is playing checkers, not chess. Just trying to take as many pieces out. Again, you see with that steal, I was just talking about it, giving out the announcer's atonement, and then a 3 going for the transition. 38-14. They are not letting up at all. And when that comes to esports, I've always said this, Dirk, that is respect. I'm not going to play down. I'm going to give you the best I have every single minute, so you know if you want to be here, either you get better or you get out.
Again, it's all about like adapting and adjusting, whatever way that you can as the course of the game is going on. I mean, you can just see, like, go put a side-by-side of game 1 to game 2 and just the defensive possessions, and you're just seeing an Argentina that you did not see really at all in that game number 1. Just seemed like a team that was okay with trying to trade blows back and forth, but not really stepping up and making defensive plays. We called for it during our intermission before this game started, where it's like, look, somebody's got to be the hero. They got to kick up that defense, and it's really starting to pay off already. Killer had 1 turnover the entirety of that last game that we saw. He's already at 3, and we're not even at the end of the first half yet. That was the one thing that we called upon, is that if you're going to take over a game and you want to dominate it, that point guard has got to put that ball down on the floor. You got to get in those passing lanes, and everything is happening perfectly here so far.
I love movement given to the big fella, let him eat as well. Also with deep bomber, and as you talked about it, sometimes when you got deep bomber, you don't need to shoot every time. Everyone's going to be collapsing on you. That's how you're going to draw the defense on you. So you get that double team or triple team, and somebody's going to be open. But Killer's trying to take it right now, doing a little bit too much. Now you got to use your teammates, buddy. Truly getting too confident. If he would have knocked that down, I think we would have went crazy there on that island.
I would like to say probably a little bit too deep for his liking, given the position that he's at. Probably doesn't have the greatest of all the shooting badges, but now with how you can boost badges with the seasons and everything, I would not be shocked if that's something that he can knock down with ease. And obviously, he liked what he saw. We got 135 here to go. It's going to have to be a heroic climb here for Venezuela if they want to try to come back into this game, but you know, you had a consistent scoring coming out there from Killer last game. Everybody else was getting involved. Only just 3 assists, 5 turnovers now, when we had just mentioned the 3 that he had picked up there in the first quarter. Just, it is hard when you have a game as good as you did in game number 1 to piggyback off of that and have just the same game in game number 2. I mean, that level of consistency is very hard to achieve.
Sometimes when you got that boost, even when Mario got that superstar, it didn't last the whole board, okay? You only had a little bit that you were invincible. And as you see, somewhat of that energy is dying down. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Don Over You says, what series is this? This is eFIBA Season 4 South America region. This is between Venezuela and Argentina. We were supposed to have Brazil and Guyana. Sadly, Guyana had some blackouts on, you know, in their country. I was going to say on their island, in their country, and they were unable to participate. However, just for today, they're going to be in a lower bracket. Every team has basically two chances to lose, and then you can just come back. So now they lost once and they have another one, so basically they can keep going to the grand final. But as of right now, the first game went to Venezuela 64-63, and there's a sum of 2. But as you see, Argentina is putting a juggernaut of a performance and dominated with 45-19 with only 40 seconds left in the second. And Dirk, this is a high-scoring game.
Yeah, I mean, because now you start to talk about, like, even like the, you know, it being a sum of 2, you only won by 1 point. This would be completely different, right? If Venezuela won by 30, then we're like, wow, this is a really close game. But that's just not the case. And so now when you have to talk about, like, you know, mounting together a comeback, like, I would say it does get to a point in a 2K game where comebacks just aren't on the cards anymore. Like, you could still have 2 quarters left, but that points get up there so high that, like, there would have to be a complete and utter collapse. And when I say that, I'm talking like their controllers become unplugged and, like, they're just trying to figure that out. So you're just getting open shots. And you would really have to play perfect the entirety of the way. So that's why it's tough to, like, be like, oh, this game's over. But there is going to get to a point where we're just going to have to sit there and be like, you know, you got to tip your hats at that point. You're just kind of getting shooting practice for that. And now it's the end of the first half. And again, it's just domination. Argentina came out more hot than they did in that game number 1. 4-for-4 start coming out from I Love Movin', who, again, still had great shooting in that game number 1. But in terms of the consistency and how aggressive he was being compared to the passing, that's kind of what you want to see from your point guard. It's tough to find a balance, and that's what makes the great point guards in the game of NBA 2K that much better than everyone else, is when you can mix things up and become a double-double threat every single time that you're out there.
Exactly. And if you see Love moving is right there in that left corner in that camera and just showing out some swag too, man. He was doing some moves in which you see the controllers going to his mouth and he's had a lot of comms. And as I said, communication is key. And on the right side of Venezuela, that's Joaquin 2000. That is the small forward for Venezuela. And what I'm liking about it is also the confidence of the mid-range too. I mean, I'm just going to talk about little, statistics and, technicalities in the game is that now they could just kind of coast, but still don't let up too much. Yes, it's a 30-point lead. There's still about 10 minutes left. And again, you look at these pre-top qualifiers, our shooting guard from Argentina scored 70 points in the game. And if they win, they're going to go against a baller in ICBF when it comes from Brazil. Killer from Venezuela, 52 points. And again, ICBF scored another 47 points. So the winner's going to be facing Brazil. The loser's going to be facing Guyana. And it's still anyone's game when it comes to South America, because if we saw what Venezuela could do in that first game, there's always a chance they can recreate it. I always have been saying, if it happened once, it may not happen again. If it happened twice, it's definitely going to happen thrice. So let's see if they can get that confidence back. But as of right now, it may be a little deflating, but they still got another gameplay tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel like you're almost looking like a Wilt Chamberlain records thing when you see Icy on there twice. You're like how did this even happen? But yeah, but we'll touch on Brazil once we end up getting over to that game as well. But we kind of know with the whole story of Icy actually coming up to the United States for a college soccer scholarship, and then being able to compete and play against some of the North American guys, and you're playing the top level of talent. I mean, obviously it's going to be a long process because you're not just going to go in there and just be able to dominate right off the rip. But you're going to get reps consistently. I mean, because when you're talking about gamer hours, right? You're you get back. It's you play from 9 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the morning, sometimes even later than that, depending on what leagues and what things you're playing.
Exactly. And also, I think about time differences sometimes. We're here on the East Coast. Sometimes you got to do it with international. And then also them long streams, them long playing times. It's so taxing on the mind and body that you can have them slip ups, those brain farts and not be able to get the right play. As you saw in the first game, why did he not take that shot? Maybe it was just a brain lapse. Oh, crap. I should have just, flicked the trigger or pressed box, but I couldn't do it because, maybe I'm exhausted because there's so much intensity, so much energy in the game that I'm too passionate. But you see Killer right now going to the left side, giving to Pietro, trying to get some more points on the board. Let's see if he knocked down this three. Unable to do it. Great offensive rebound by Argentina. Still getting some life. And again, a little runner, making it 28-58. But that 30-point lead is very detrimental.
Yeah, and it's something Argentina did so good in that first game anyway, was just a lot of the off-ball movement, which they've replicated over here. But, when you're playing a game where you can get whatever you want, what do you do at that point, right?
Yeah.
If they want to slow things down in the half court and just have I Love moving kind of do his thing, you can do that. If you want plays coming up the court that you can run off ball, you can do that. So it's really a pick your poison type of thing for Argentina. But for Venezuela, you got to find a way to try to stop it. And again, it might be too much of a deficit to try to overcome here. You're gonna have to have a lot of threes exactly like that. But defensively, if you're not able to just stop them basically from every possession here on out, that's what you need. More misses, more rebounds, start to move and groove in transition.
Now, almost knocking it down. Now I got a question for you because you're great with this analytics. The next game is going to be against Brazil, okay? Tomorrow we're going to talk about, the lower bracket. Now, how should Argentina proceed? Again, 1:30 left in the third. Still got a whole. Should they still try to play and be dominant here, or should, like you just said, really coast and conserve the energy for the defending champs of the South American region?
The thing I've always liked about when you're playing in blowout games and you got a good competition coming up next, or you're going to be getting to a game right after this, I always kind of look at it as play it as shooting practice. As bad as that sounds, it's kind of like a shooting practice, just to get more reps on whatever server that you might be on, if it's your one or one that's closer to whoever. Yeah. But just getting those repetitions in. So you try to isolate, if maybe the shooting guard's I haven't had a lot of touches, and he's I just need to get more shots up. Get him the ball. If you want to try to experiment plays in real time, right? Because it is still a competitive game. So it's a lot different from when you're just playing in exhibitions and you're trying to run a flare up or wrap up or whatever you need to do. And it maybe doesn't work. This is still real time game. So now is the time to try to experiment with some plays, or if you have any ideas. So I always say keep the foot on the gas, because there's nothing better than, coming off of a blowout win and then being able to go right in there, especially after you drop that first game. But yeah, it's not one of those things where it's just let's just chuck up shots the rest of the way and do absolutely nothing. Still try to get some good, consistent looks because, you never know like what to expect. Maybe there is a long break, but maybe you're just going straight into the game. And I would always like to anticipate that we're going to be going right into it. So let's just get our shots in. Let's get warmed up so that we don't really have to worry about it all too much. But yeah, you got to keep your foot on the gas. You don't want to be the guys that are up like 66-33. Then all of a sudden maybe you only score like 5 more points the rest of the game, and then you're allowing them to just get this confidence when they shouldn't have it going into their next match.
See, and again, some people have a different, like, let's conserve our energy, but you're right. I like going in hot, like going in warm. It's like getting a warm-up. I mean, NBA players do it all the time. They got a pre-shot workup. You said, like, with us broadcasters, we have, like, a pre-game warm-up and getting us ready. Either we're drinking our tea or taking a hot shower or running a mile. Like, sometimes when I cast and I'm going to do, like, a 10-hour stream, I always try to work out in the morning because that right there is going to work out, my vocal cords and get my body ready to go crazy because, our energy is insane. By the way, still going to give you some flowers. Be right here. First time here with the eFIBA Season 4, we have the one and only legend, Dirk. Yes, you're hearing his voice. He had the Dirk show for a little bit for John when he was by himself. A little technical difficulty. He's absolutely crushing it, but using his expertise, allowing eFIBA to get more and more and more and more better in every single way and expand in so many countries. Again, 58 countries competing, trying to punch their ticket to Qatar. Again, you see 68-37 with Venezuela. Still has another chance. Going to go against Guyana. That's going to be tomorrow, but today we're going to have one more match that's going to determine who's going to punch their ticket to the grand final of just South America between, I think, Brazil and Argentina. But thank you so much for tuning in. Go to eFIBA.basketball. Follow us on all social media content with eFIBA_official. Now, back to the game. 68-48. Slowly they're coming back, but I don't know if it's enough time there, Dirk.
Yeah, I mean, what I was saying to you, right? We were mentioning, like, if you're Argentina, don't just score 5 points the rest of the way. They finally end up getting a 3, I think, to put them at 5, and then now they're starting. It's stuff like that. Like, take shots that maybe you wouldn't take a lot, and just to try to get a rhythm down. Like those ones when you're kind of in rhythm shooting them, they're pretty hard to green. So the more the merrier you can kind of get of those. But moving forward now, right, is like 3 minutes left in the game for Argentina. This is where, like, okay, now you're mentally setting in. It's like, okay, we got Brazil coming up next. This is going to be a grand final before the grand final, basically, right? Yes. This is what I saw somebody in the Twitch chat earlier today. I think his clan season, I think is who it was. He sat there and he was like, hey, just skip forward to the grand final already between Brazil and Argentina. So it's something that, everybody who is a fan of eFIBA, and specifically if they're looking at this region, they know that's probably going to end up being the final unless something crazy just happens again, which, again, we saw a little bit of a miracle work going down there in that game number 1, not so much here in game 2, but that's the matchup that we all want to see. Like, that is one, like, we'd be perfectly fine. We're like, can we just switch this like a best of 7? Let's just play like a full series between these guys. But it's always, again, the two juggernauts of the region that get to go right at each other. And Brazil, they haven't played a actual game today. I mean, obviously they had the forfeit. That's how they were able to get to the position that they're in. But like, I guess that's the thing we got to ask Nick, like, what are you doing at this time? He sent us a video and he's on like a balcony somewhere with the greatest view possible, sending us videos and insights on the team too. But what's everybody else doing? Are they playing park? Are they trying to get any type of repetitions in? Do they have somebody who stepped up and say, hey, yeah, you can scrimmage against us while you wait? Yes.
Oh, and right now we have a crazy Discord in which we have all the teams that are participating, and I'm loving, the communication and just the pure sportsmanship, because everybody's like, does anyone have time just to, scrimmage real quick? Well, sometimes just want to go back and forth, just run up and down, just so we can, get a little warm and get some competition. Because again, sometimes it's hard when you're in the lobby finding competition all over, but when you got people who are in eFIBA Season 4, people that have been champions, and you go against them, sometimes you don't go all out, but at least you'll have good games and get better every single match.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I think when I was in Season 2, I think there were some countries that were like blacklisting each other from practicing. They're like just being like petty, like, yeah, no, we're not going to give them any runs. I think I can't. It wasn't Great Britain. It was either Spain or Turkey. People were like purposely not scrimmaging and giving them a time today. I think
I wouldn't call anybody out. I won't call anybody out. This is when I'm going to step in. Wait, flag on the play. Flag on the play. A little yellow card. No, we're saying that everyone's working together in eFIBA. No one's.
And then there's me, like, with Great Britain's like, nobody wants to scrimmage. Like, why?
Why? I'm part of the crew. I want to be accepted. Well, what'd I do? I'm sorry. I'll use more deodorant if you need me to. I'm sorry. I just want to go. You ever had that one friend that just wants to go out and be like, yo, I'll drive and I'll pay. I just want to go out. I just want to be with you guys. Yeah, that's true. I'll do what you want. But anyway,
I just want to be involved.
I just want to be involved, please. But again, this is 84-50, 40 seconds left in the fourth. It's safe to say that Argentina will be advancing, playing Brazil in the second group of top bracket game. Again, it is sum of two until you go to that final of South America. But again, every squad has another chance. You could still lose one and then go to the lower bracket and advance. And what's it going to look like? Argentina versus Brazil is going to be a crazy match. Now, with Venezuela facing against Guyana, that's going to be interesting too, because if Guyana does come out on top, shout out to them. But if Venezuela, wins and Argentina loses, then it's the rematch Venezuela is going to have. And maybe there's going to be more fire for tomorrow. And now I'm excited because we already know Venezuela can beat Argentina. And let's see if lightning can strike twice.
Oh, that one should be a barn burner, kind of like how the game number one was here. I mean, that's what makes competitive pro-am so great, is like those type of game number ones where it's just so back and forth the entire way. You're getting into game-winning type of scenarios as well, but good job there by Argentina. Like we said, it shows a lot of your character and how good you are as a team when you can bounce back in a big way. And
yeah,
I think if you look historically at any series, it could be like a real sports, esports, no matter what it is, when that elite team drops a game number one, that game two is like a complete night and day difference. And that's exactly what happened here. I don't know the exact math of where it ended up finishing, 90-53 there too. So, but anyway, all you need to know is Argentina goes through, and we get the classic Argentina versus Brazil.
Hey man, hey,
37,
43 points, 43. Did you say 37?
I meant the differential of that game.
Oh yeah, no, but you know what? You're right. This is why I'm not good at math. You're right. That's 37.
Let's go!
I completely got that wrong. I was like, yeah, that's 4. No, that's not. This is why. Anyway, we're going back to the replays. So the replays is what we got to talk about. We don't talk about the math. The win is a win is a win is a win. Anyway, Argentina, as you said, they got a fire underneath their backside after that tight game, which again may be the game of the South America region, because that was exciting, my guy. Definitely put something in their backpack and said, hey, we could not just let up. We thought Venezuela was just a pushover. No, they got some hoopers, they got some ballers, and they came out trying to win. They weren't just trying to compete. They're trying to get that W and get that dub. But this second game, as you said, night and day. Jekyll and Hyde, like I kid you not, they were just coming in as a regular Z fighter and then went Super Saiyan God on them with that dominant force, the dominant shooting, the great teamwork, and they started off the way it's supposed to. Great passing, great communication, understanding, we are, like you said, we are better than this, but we're going to prove to the world that we are great, and we're going to have a chance to go against Brazil. And this right here could be the grand final preview, because I'm just saying, I'm gonna call it out there because I love upsets. If Argentina does beat Brazil, oh man, there's gonna be some bracket busters for sure.
Yeah, and that's something you always have to keep in mind, because I think we just saw Argentina at their peak of what you could see from that game right there. Like if they're able to replicate something like this, one, I would be shocked, but I mean, I think if they do replicate something like this, I hope on the other side it's the same. Give me a game with no defense and just straight offense the entire time. But 32, like I always say this, and historically over the game of 2K, 15 points is a good offensive quarter in the game of NBA 2K. So as soon as you can get past 15, that's already great. When you can double up on that like they did in the first quarter, checkmate. Like that is like perfection of what you absolutely need. So 32 points there in the first. You can see it kind of staggered a little bit going to quarter number 2 and 3. They were kind of right there at the average, but it shot up there in quarter number 4. Now defensively, obviously, if great offense is 15 plus, 15 below or 14 below at that point is a great defensive quarter. 12, 10, 11. Things got away in the fourth, as they really do in blowouts, right? If there's going to be a time to give somebody free shots, it's going to be in the fourth quarter with not a whole lot of time left. Allow people to just kind of get some shots and get some repetitions up. But the one thing I want to point out in that box score, because we called it out, said the one thing that you have to do if you want to be successful is forcing turnovers. A triple-double by Killer. 14 points, 11 assists, and 10 TOs.
That's crazy. And I don't know if they want to have a TO as one of your stats to get in that triple-double. I've rarely seen that before. Usually when I do my, stats, I put in red. That's a huge red right there. Killer, we all know you're better than that, but guess what? You can always fall. You can always get back up, but you got to be able to recover from this. And thank you so much for that. Again, Awesome analysis. 15 points is a sweep, but then everything else is just the cream on the crop. It's just basically saying, hey, now we could just coast. But I just see 39 points from El Movin. I mean, he was just putting on a dominant force, just 1 point shy of a 40-point game. But again, unselfish. They're ready to ball. They know what they need to do. And now we have a chance to see, again, a preview of possibly the grand final of the South America region, in which now Guyana, as we talked about, was unfortunately had to forfeit because on the island they had some blackouts, so they had to go to a loser bracket. But now with this bracket right here, Argentina gets that one loss by just 1 point, but then comes out on top with Summer 2 and will be advancing to face Brazil for another Summer 2 for Game 3 of today. Tomorrow, we're going to have Guyana versus Venezuela and also Game 5, which again will be between either Guyana, Venezuela, and Argentina. And I'm excited because now a lot of people are going to be watching these games, trying to find out what they're going to do right and see if they can advance. But then to punch your ticket to Qatar with that $50,000 prize pool right in their sights, I mean, they're just rearing to go.
Yeah, like Brazil's got the mindset like we've been here, we've done this. Like it's just another everyday kind of occurrence for them. Meanwhile, Argentina, now you got the chip on your shoulder. You had a great showing there in that next one, but now the level of competition steps up to that of yours or even better, which we've kind of harped upon since the start of the show is that you play to your competition. So for Brazil, they're going to play to Argentina's level, and it's going to be, kind of flip-flop back and forth. So I'm hoping it's going to be close to either one. What are you laughing at?
1 second. Let me get myself together. Because sometimes production posts stuff that I don't expect, and I'm a comedian, so I go real fast. They just posted the chat. And I don't know if this is going to get us kicked off on Twitch, but I'm going to say it. What came first? The chicken, egg, or Vince? And I don't think... I can't do the jokes I want to do, but... I'm going to shout out to Christopher Reynolds. I'm going to talk to you in the back. You need to come to the front of the congregation. You don't put things on this when we're broadcasting with my mind. Anyway, I'm going to go. I want to go. I'm not going to say it. Dirk, this is what we're about here at eFIBA, but as you just said.
I was so confused. I was like, what did I miss?
I'm reading it on YouTube because I get the questions. And when I see that, hey, I thought you loved me. I thought you liked me. Y'all just want me to laugh. All right, but anyway, we have a crazy next game. Now, just one more time for the people at home. You had a hard-fought loss against Venezuela, which was an upset. Then you got a dominant force and just getting over 30 points, just killing it. And now you're going to face a rematch of eFIBA Season 2 and I think also Season 3 South America Finals. But this is just in the first day. What is going through your mind if you're Argentina?
Oh, man, I think it's just, consistency of being able to do it 3 years in a row is tough to be able to do something like that. But Brazil are at that level. They obviously have made some adjustments to the roster as well, which Coach Nick told us about. So obviously you see some improvements coming in there. So Argentina just has to be ready for some new faces in different positions that you're going to have to be going up against. But again, it's another chance to kind of right the wrongs that you've had over the past couple of years. And the good part is this is just part number 1 of a potential part 2 coming up forward if they do make it to the grand finals again. But you're in a position where, okay, we lose, we go down there, we like our chances about eliminating either of those two teams and fighting our way back up. But I'll tell you, it's a lot sweeter playing in these games when you're the team that's in the upper bracket and you have the upper hand. You're in the grand final. You get to watch everybody else duke it out all day tomorrow. So I think of Argentina, you just got to have that same mindset and play with the same pace and tempo in that game number 2, which again is going to be tough to be able to replicate that. But the closest that you can get to that if you're Argentina, that'll be successful. But I think we're going to be in for really, really close 2 games.
All right, now we got a lot of fans from Brazil that's in the chat, and we once again got to go to our expert interviewer. And you said her prep is even better than mine. Jasmine McCoy was able to sit down with the power forward of Brazil, Palmeiras, and let's see what he has to say about eFIBA Season 4. We'll be right back.
What's up, eFIBA? Jasmine McCoy here with Pietro.
Yeah, Pietro.
Thank you so much for joining us. First and foremost, how did you get involved in NBA 2K and eFIBA?
So I started playing competitively, I'd say 2K20, and that's right around when the first eFIBA tournament happened. I'm not sure what it was called. I think it was the FIBA Open. And then I didn't play the first one, but I played the second one, I believe. And then from there, I just kept on playing with like the guys and kept playing competitive.
And in season 3, Brazil were the South America champs, and you guys finished 7th. What has the team worked on since then that you're going to be implementing here in season 4?
I believe just looking at everything that happened there, like taking away some things that we can improve on. I think it was a big thing, and just kept playing the game, just watching a lot of people play the game, like some of the best of the best. And yeah, I think right now we're playing the best 2K we've ever played.
And then for season 3, Brazil was listed in the power rankings. They were assigned little sayings next to each country. And for you guys, it was defense covering more than the Amazon. We see this. Do we see defense kind of as this team's identity still? Or is there something new?
I think our offense is really good now as well. It's been a while where people really talk good about our defense. And I think we kept improving, honestly, in almost like every aspect. And I think defense is one of them. So yeah, I think that's still pretty accurate.
When it comes to your gamer tag, what's the story behind it?
People make fun about it a little bit because I was like pretty young when I did it. But so half of it's my name, and I'm a huge soccer fan. I have a team since I was born that I'm very like close to, that I love like supporting. So the second half of the name is my team's name. So.
And you said you're a soccer fan. I've met a lot of former players who played basketball. How did you get involved really in basketball, or how did you really kind of make that transition from being a huge soccer fan to playing the game of 2K?
So honestly, it's kind of weird, but I've always really liked watching soccer, but not so much playing it. I also enjoy playing it, but I always like enjoyed basketball more.
Okay.
I've been playing it since I was like very young, and that's the reason why I got into 2K.
Okay.
Because I really like love basketball so much and I love video games as well. So it was like, it just happened naturally. But yeah, it's more like I love watching soccer, but I rather play basketball. I always like playing basketball more.
And when we speak of playing basketball, when it comes to the game and what's important, do you think IQ or stick skills?
I think it depends on the position, to be honest. I think IQ is more important in general.
And what part of your game took the longest to master?
I would say just like leading the defense, because I'm a power forward. So my main job is to like lead the defense, call rotations and everything.
If you could pick one NBA player to join your eFIBA team, who would it be and why?
So that's a good question. I've seen that. I mean, I would say Curry, because it's my favorite player. He's always been my favorite player. So just to be around him, to be honest,
yeah,
would be amazing. But I'm not sure if he really plays it like that. I know Royce O'Neal, which is kind of a random player, but I know he's been in the 2K League doing stuff. Okay. So I imagine he's pretty good. So maybe.
Okay. And if you have Deep Bomber Takeover activated, are you looking to score or pass more?
Honestly, in general, I think I would say score, but I think you've got to be smart with it too. So. Depends on what the defense is doing. I think like they should like determine more than you what you should do exactly.
Yeah. Thanks so much. Best of luck. Hope to see you competing in Qatar.
you like an avalanche. Part machine, I've never lost a battle that I've had. Body armor like a soldier, I'm a champion. I'm the greatest thing to step out since the earth begun. Raise my fist to show my haters that I'm never going. Just as long as I keep breathing and my blood is flowing. The fire in my belly ain't a woman's destiny. The time is now to take my chances, so come on and follow me. Yeah, I'm a warrior. That's right. 'Cause I'm a warrior. I can't be nothing less. Yeah, I'm a warrior. Let's go. Look, keep me steady on my feet 'cause I will never drop. All this sweat and all this pain will never make me stop. I got my dreams in my palm, I gotta hold them tight. I know my future's in good hands, I know my future's bright. I climb the ladder with my strength, I'm growing tall. Words will never hurt me when they try to make me fall. It's impossible to fail when you're already invincible. So come on, test me, I'm the greatest of them all. Come on. This the anthem for everybody who know that they was born to be a fighter. 100%, nothing less. Let's go. I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. 'Cause I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. That's who I am. I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. 'Cause I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. We're gonna take on the world. We're gonna take on the world. Standing tall. We gotta make it our own. No waiting around. Winners would never look down. No one can stop us, we got it. The future is right in our hands. Give it 100%. We're gonna take on the world.
eFIBA Season 4, you're back for more. We're kicking down the door, and man, I know you're loving this lore. Kid you not, Dirk right here to the right of me has been absolutely insane. The first game of today, tighter than a pickle jar. I could not ask for more. Second game, got a little bit more whiter. Okay, now we made a sandwich, but now we got something that may be the preview of the finals. But how you been? What did you write? Sleeping with the tie on. Yes, I do, okay? Good. Sometimes I go on these intros and you just throw me off, man. But anyway, Dirk, how you feeling?
Yeah, I think we were up. I was up super early. Like I'm usually up at 7:30 for work, anyways, on Saturdays. But the first thing I'm like bumming it out in a hoodie, just like sitting here like this, and I'm like, bro, Vince already got the vest on and the tie. I thought maybe just the vest in the morning, the tie comes later. But both of them on at what? Your Eastern time, like 7 o'clock? And then here's me in a hoodie just like, guys, I need a shower and stuff like that. And then I must have been so dirty that I showered and I brightened up. But my thing says nice shorts. As most remote people know, business up top, casual below. So yes, I am wearing highlighter orange shorts right now under here. So just in case people are like, I got a message like nice shorts. I'm like, hey, it's a remote environment. Now, if it's in person, it's a different story. You know, maybe wear pants or whatever if that's what people do. But yeah, you got to be comfortable in here. So all you can see is up here. Why do you care what's down there? You know,
I mean, like sometimes it's a business up top, party in the bottom, but at the end of the day, you're a party all around and your business all around. This man also, he's a commentator named Slickback because this dude had a crazy hair, slicked it back, transformed, and he get a great analogy. This man is either Superman or Clark Kent, and either way, you're accepted here at eFIBA. But we're gonna get back to what we're talking about. We're going to the second group, okay? This right now is going to be technically the second game of the day. The first game we're going to keep talking about. I hope everything's over there in Guyana. They had a whole bunch of blackouts there in their country, so they could not advance. So they had to do a forfeit of the entire game, and rules were rules. So they still have another chance tomorrow. They're going to be facing against Venezuela, in which we had one of the games of today. First game, 63-64, in which Venezuela came out on top, but then Argentina came back with a vengeance, and revenge is best served cold. And they can only be one, at least for today, to go to the grand finals. And it's going to be between Brazil and Argentina. And they are ready, Dirk. I'm telling you, it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, it's got to be, right? It's got to live up to the billing just from us as a neutral perspective and obviously fans who love eFIBA, just to see these two go off. And it's just such a storied history when you're talking about eFIBA between these two teams. We're talking about soccer, football between these two teams. It's just the two juggernaut nations down there in South America that are always competing at the highest level in their respective sports. So it's nice that we get the esports chapter and a very storied esports chapter. But you know what chapter hasn't shined through yet is the one where Argentina comes out on top compared to Brazil. A chance to do that here in the year of 2026. Maybe, just maybe they knock them down and maybe they get the upper hand, but it's so cool for me, right? And because I'm the first here on the eFIBA show for the first time. With it being the sum of two is something that I'm still like, I'm loving it because I'm so used to being like, you know, used to best of 3 series, this and that. We don't got to worry about that. We're getting to guarantee 2 games and it comes to the sum of the score. So that's what I think adds such a cool twist between both of these nations.
Yeah, and we got to go head to head. And again, these two juggernauts have been going at it since season 2. I mean, I was looking at the season 2 stats. They went against each other, and it was some close games. I'm telling you, like there was like a game 3 in which it was 39-35. It was the last game of the day, only a 4-point stretch, and then 44-42. Argentina still lost, so they could never not do it when it came to season 2. But now we're going to go to head to head. And again, these teams have been working out everywhere. We were talking about the point guard of Brazil was out in America. And also, we didn't talk about how Primaris as well, the power forward, which we had to interview with the one and only Jasmine McCoy, was in Canada. So he played against, competition in North America. And you got the shooting guard in-law, Ison Martinez as the small forward, and Twitch Lugo Toledo as the big man. But then Argentina, and I want you to break it down with that when it comes to El Movin, our shooting guard, P. Joaquin, and Truly, and X Jordy. I mean, these guards have been absolutely putting on a show.
Yeah, and so this is going to be the biggest thing, right? You can see just from the webcams in the top left. Brazil, I believe, is just in one central spot. So all those players in the same room, which is a crazy advantage to have. The investment that is shown from them just to have your teammates all by you, we get you more locked in and focused on the task at hand. So that's just something that you have to factor in. for Argentina, right, you had a slow first game, factor in server, whatever it may be, but you come out there in the second, you play like the Argentina that we all know and love when you're going out there. Now, you're going to be going up against a Brazil team who has retooled some things, got some different players in the mix for different reasons, could be offensively, could be defensively. The one thing that does worry me, right, because we saw Love moving, the way he played in that second game was so free-flowing and great. The first game, he was getting open looks. He couldn't knock those down. That was kind of their demise, but he still had a stellar game. I think only one turnover in that game. It was one or three. I think I had it flipped in the previous one. So it's just got to be, you got to be aware that a team, one, that has somebody who has came from America, and now everybody knows defensive rotations. I know usually North America was first to everything, right? And then the other regions would then take little bits and pieces, but they were kind of lagging behind on how the fluidity is. At this point, rotations haven't changed. It has all been the same. Other regions now have been able to get to it. You now have Coach Nick Gartrell. Again, that's there to kind of guide them and lead them into it. You have players who have played in North America. I'm expecting some big things defensively and offensively from both these sides.
Big things, big games, 10 toes down, and now we have the first game between these two monster squads from South America, a rematch of eFIBA Season 3 final, in which, again, Brazil came out on top, advancing to the Philippines against Argentina, again, a rearing to go. As you can see, Argentina in the white, Brazil in some amazing black and green jerseys. I need those jerseys. It's your man, Vince Chang, a.k.a. The Energy, and the one and only Just Dirk, and we're ready to get this off. And as you can see, a 1-point lead with a gate 3 from Brazil.
Yeah, you'll see a lot with these first few defensive possessions, just the risk that they're willing to take, but it's a feel-out process, right? If you have to go up some threes or go up some slips early in the game, now's the time to do it compared to late. So that way you can just kind of figure out the reads and what they're like going to so far. Opening possession there for Brazil, they just gave up a slip wide open. The corners did not move a muscle, and it was just an easy dunk there for the center. Now you saw the switch that came to this time, and this is where having Nick right behind you calling out these things is going to be phenomenal for you. And those are the shots right there that we taught from moving in that game number 1 against Venezuela. Whether it's wide open or it's open, missing those is crucial. So just make sure to try to keep an eye on that. If it's contested, whatever, but the open ones are the ones you got to knock down.
Let's see how they're going to capitalize in this possession here. ICBF going to right side, getting some people on the string. Nice dribbling move. Great point guard. Getting that little pick. Unable to get that separation. Argentina almost missing that defensive rebound. And as you can see, the full court pressure is happening early, only with 3:33 left in the first. And then gets another steal. Swiper all swiping. ICBF and then gets that transition foul, which, again, you played so many times in 2K. How crucial is that foul when they're going to break that break?
It's massive, but then now, right, because of the basketball rules, you got to incorporate the transition take foul into the mix now when you're going out there. So it's got to be a little strategic in the way that it goes. I know that it was a weird feel-out process for so many years. There's a huge reverse slam that, like, after a couple dribbles, you can still foul and it goes away. But, yeah, anytime you can try to slow down a game as much as possible just so you don't allow that defense to offense that we kind of touched upon so much in that first series, that's what you got to do as Brazil comes up with another steal.
This man literally is trying to rob a bank. Everything is in their pocket. They can just create a new Netflix series. But I don't know what's happening with Argentina. They have to be able to control the ball. I mean, that's the key thing with basketball. Possessions are key. And if you keep getting these turnovers, it's going to hurt you. And right there, that was smoother than a Drake hook as he strokes it behind the arc, hitting his mark, 8-2.
Yeah, you just got to keep in mind, too, like anytime a point guard or somebody else that's not at 3 through 5, when they can make a presence there on defense, whether it's getting steals or contesting shots, that's huge. So we've already seen Icy get involved on the defensive side to be able to find one. The offense is now starting to flow with him as well. So now it's just all a matter of just trying to keep up with the pace of everything that you're seeing so far. Defense has finally started to find its footing compared to a little bit of a slow start that Brazil did have in those opening possessions. Finally starting to get towards those rotations, which, again, as you would expect from an elite team from this region, they are going to find their footing sooner or later.
Yeah, but you can see the two players we see left and right, Brazil to the left, Argentina to the right. Again, that's just two players that you can see, but it is 5-on-5. Each of these avatars has their own player that is trying to get their ticket to go to Qatar for $50,000 prize pool, and also the right to say you're the best in NBA 2K in the world. Now, let's see if we can see about that vote result with that weird, question that production said that what came first, and it says egg chicken 0. Vince.
100% Vince.
No. I can't even say this on stream. I don't want to get canceled. Anyway, I'm going to go, as I said before, 10-4. I will do it with the Great Britain. I may have arrived. Shout out to you and your country. But anyway, Lou has been going into the arc shooting to the right side, trying to get an opening with that pick and roll and getting stuck there. A nice slip. Great defense from Brazil getting that stop.
Yeah, and what you're going to have to do is what Argentina did so well against Venezuela as well, is just incorporating a lot of the off-ball movements, whether that's wing cuts or backdoor cuts coming from either of those corners. Just, again, it's a slow build-up process for guards. Your main goal as a point guard is building up takeover. That is the most crucial part because it unlocks so many different opportunities for you to take some shots that maybe you wouldn't if you didn't have takeover.
Yep. Oh, almost getting a crossover there, and you saw that slip for that open. But then now going to the line already. Argentina is in the bonus in the first quarter, Dirk. So they're getting a little handsy on that floor.
Yeah, Pietro has 3 fouls as well. So 3 fouls in the first quarter. You have to play so much more timid, as that's a nice 3 coming out there from the left side for Brazil. So just something to keep an eye on, especially when you're a power forward. You play such a pivotal role in the defense. Yeah. You can't jump really at anything. You can't take any risk. You can't go for reaches just in case if maybe you end up lunging towards the ball. You have to play a lot more safer now if you are him.
Only an 8-point game. And hold on a second. I wish we had banners and horns because we got somebody in the chat who's a legend in their own right in the 2K community. Sports team. I think you know who this man is. Harris is saying Dirk and Vince together finally. Thank you so much for tuning in, brother.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, you and Harris, that would have been a stat combination I wish I would have experienced. Your guys' brains would have just been like in a complete flow state. I would have asked for one thing, and I think within 5 seconds, one of you just bring a paper like, here you go. I'm like, whoa.
Like everything, like be an episode of Death Note. It's just intelligence against intelligence. Dr. Stone is going, and all you can see are, you just see all the calculations on the top of my mind, like when you're watching The Hangover and he's doing everything at the on blackjack table. Like literally, that's how we are. But anyway, shout out to Harris. We love you, brother. Thank you so much. And now 15-7, we're going into the second. Still a tight game. It's not really much of a separation. Brazil's still in there. Argentina has to find their flow. They seem a little stagnant though, but that 3 right there, making it a 5-point game, I'm going to eat my words.
Yeah, it's all going to be running different sets and bring you something different to the table instead of just coming up, run your wrap and just do pick and roll the entire time. They're having a lot more success when they actually get the ball to move in his hands, allow him to kind of be a sharpshooter at that point, not so much of just a ball handler, just to throw some different looks. So a 5-point game, start of the second quarter here. Icy moving and grooving and Green in the shot. 8-point lead now there for Brazil, but that's something you always have to keep an eye on too. It's nothing flashy. It's a lot of the basic moves just to kind of switch back and forth, but it is working. And now both teams, they're hitting a flow state, Vince. It's happening.
Well, this is when the zone comes here. Talk about Kuroko no basketball fans, and let's see if they can keep going back and forth with this matchup. These again are Titans from South America, and a nice two-hander slammer jammer underneath the rim, making it a 7-point lead. But Argentina is not letting up. Icy is starting to heat up. He's not frozen at all, but let's see if the movement's going to keep going. Locomotive giving it to Joaquin. Rest up like Joaquin Phoenix. This man could be the Joker and be extremely deceptive, but a nice spin around mid-range. Oh man, I'm dancing salsa and I'm ready for carnival. Let's go.
That's beautiful. Just to isolate him, knows that he has the non-lock out there. It's like, okay, just give me a one-on-one. Let me get a couple ankle breakers to try to open some things up. As they give up an open slip, a nice slam coming out there from Brazil. Just doing a good job of keeping this lead, though, right at 7 points. It's been really the story of this entire game here so far. And also, I got to give a shout to my Spanish brother, Rafael, out there in the chat as well. 2K legend in his own right. You know, he's done so much for the Spanish Federation, too, of getting them into eFIBA. And then, of course, YouTube legend. Got to throw that in the mix, too. Just an unlimited resume, as there's a miss there for Argentina.
I said like Club Shay Shay. It's just also like just back on back, just great accolades. And that's why I gave you your flowers. I mean, that's what we should be doing in all different communities, as commentators, as players. You know, we should be celebrating each other. There's no reason for hate. There's so much room for everybody to compete and eat and have a good time. And as you see, the big fella eating as well, just gobbling it down with arroz con pollo, making it 24-15.
A lot of people are going to start to sit there and be like, wow, they sound like broken records. But now we have the deep bomber take over. You're going to see how Icy's using it. Not so much of just being, an attacking threat, but opening up the floor to be able to feed the big man. I was a big proponent of hit the slip incorporated LLC.
Okay.
That was what I wanted. keep it simple, feed the center in those situations, because more than likely with some of these people, when they play a little timid out of that corner, it's as simple as just hitting L2, left trigger, no matter what console you're on, find the center down low and feed him. That was a selfish business I wanted to start because I wanted the ball fed to me, but it is that simple at times. Sometimes you get these guys who overplay things. They anticipate a drop when the player hasn't even moved. So it's good to see Icy just finding Lugu down there and saying, hey, you know what, just go off, do what you need to do.
Hey, look, just like one of my favorite movies with Kyrie Irving and also Shaquille O'Neal, Uncle Drew, a nice little mid-ranger there. Sometimes the big fella got to eat. And when you got a player like a Shaquille O'Neal or a build that's like Shaquille O'Neal that just can dominate, just posterize without even standing dunk is like over 95, why not hit it? That low kick technique. If it's not broke, don't fix it. It's about winning, not how you win. As long as you ain't zenning, as long as you're not cheating, get that dub so you can advance so you can get that paper.
Oh, that's a tough miscue right there. You cannot leave Icy wide open moving off ball with a deep bomber. For Truly, he's at 3 fouls, so I can understand maybe he doesn't want to get the switch on ball, but when you're in that much open space, there's got to be a body out there on him. Jordy will flare out. He'll miss the shot. Brazil able to secure the rebound. Now they want to move quickly all the way up the floor. Reverse slam is going to be denied off the backboard. Argentina moving the other way, and it's a green right corner pocket.
That block needs to be in the Louvre. It was a work of art into the transition 3 with the green bean and then deep bomber. Oh my God, that was like Fast and Furious 12. Unnecessary, but fire, making it 34-23, baby. This is the competition you want. The score may not replicate what you're seeing on the screen, but these competitors are competing.
There's nothing more demoralizing than you fight, you finally get a 3, you get some momentum, and right back on the other side, they cancel that out within a matter of seconds. So just got to try to keep it up. I mean, the offense is starting to flow a little bit more, but defensively, just giving up these open looks time and time again. And you got a lot of damage control here. You need a big possession. I would hold for the final shot. No need to give Brazil anything else here in this one, unless you have something like that from way downtown. It's money.
Oh my goodness, that shot was in rhythm like reggaeton. I was about to do a little dance. I'm gonna call it baboni, because that was bad right there. 37-26, 8 seconds left in the second. Again, these two Titans is being juggernaut, haymaker after haymaker, but keeping this lead just underneath double digits. But then, did that go in? Oh, I couldn't watch it. Oh, I don't know what it is. But anyway, as you were talking about these 4, deep bomber, trying to find access to other players, get everybody to draw in. Everyone's finding their groove. They're trying to see if they can use every attribute they're possible. The big fellas are getting involved. But look at that beautiful spin move, which again, you have to break it down for that. When people are using that spin to that midi, how hard it is to guard.
Yeah, and right now, they're taking a page out of what you call the Bucks playbook. And so what that means is the center gets the ball up top, you allow the other 2 guards to wrap, and then you allow the center to make the read. You have to have a lot of faith in a big man. Yeah. Real life 2K, no matter who it is, to be able to make those reads fluidly, but you're seeing how much that they are getting him involved. And when I say him, I'm talking about Lugu, a guy who played professional in FIFA before this. He's now playing professional at the 2K level, but just watch when he gets the ball up top. He's so patient. He's not looking to shoot. He'll look to shoot when he gets actually his takeover so he can kind of build something up. But look how often they go to that. But that has been a professional staple in the game of 2K, just to get a reset, just to get the lock taken out of the play and allow the guards to really find their best opportunity to score.
Yep, trying to move freely like One Piece and Luffy, I'm telling you. But when you have that freedom, that's when you get results. But again, 4:22 left in the third. This is eFIBA Season 4, South America region. This is technically the second group of games today. It is going to be sum of 2. So both these squads are going to have a second chance after this game, but it's going to be a sum of the both games. Who has the higher amount of points will then advance to the grand final and a chance to punch their ticket to Qatar for the $50,000 prize pool. We already got so many other countries that have participated, 5 in total when it came to South America, 58 with all the regions that we have. But Brazil has been a dominant force defending their crown in South America for the past couple of years. Let's see if ICBF is going to heat up. All right, he's trying to get frozen, almost frozen those ankles right there. And as Elsa would say, let it go, 40-28.
See, those type of shots is where the skill gap comes when you are a guard playing NBA 2K. We call they call them tweeners, but the in-between shots, right? Of ones that could be heavily contested, or open. And it's so hard to try to decipher those. I mean, that was some of the best defense that you could probably ever play right there, and Icy still was able to find an open look. It's the confidence that you need to be a top guard in this game, as they do get a stop there again for Brazil, looking to try to build off of this. 3:25 to go, and it's really been the Icy show. But really, I mean, credit to everybody in this starting five so far for Brazil, all just chipping and doing what they need to do. But this, the hype for Icy that we had coming in, it is living up to it. It is not disappointed here thus far.
Icy's making the teamwork, and it's the dream work, baby. But Icy, Martin, and Will going for the right side. But as you can see, Twitch to Logo got 19 rebounds. Jordy from RG had 18 rebounds. And then once again, another game of an 18 rebounder, which is crazy. And now we got two Icy's, Icy BF and Icy Martins. You got to be careful which one we're talking about. We got one as a small forward and one as a fantastic guard. But as you see, back and forth they go. Icy BF trying to be your best friend. No, I'm your worst friend, but that's my best friend, giving that to Toledo. And the big fella with the long two, making it 42 to 28.
Now, you don't see the pick and pop in the mid-range. I guess a quote-unquote lost art form in today's game. That was the Dirk Nowitzki special. Set a screen and just flare out to the free throw line, and that's what gets you a championship. 42 to 28. Love moving, trying to put him on an island. Nothing there. Shooting guard now with it with under 5 seconds to work with. This is where you make your money as a shooting guard. And great pit. Oh, he mistimed the reverse slam. He was wide open.
Oh, that was ugly. We need some makeup. Somebody come cover girl, because we got to make sure we can cover that up a little bit. You got to make sure you make those. You got to do something that's called finish your breakfast. You can't be close to that rim and not score like that. But let's see if the in-law going to get you, and he doesn't like it like your mother-in-law that you don't want her on Thanksgiving, but you want that. 44 to 28 with that good slammer from the point guard.
Sometimes you don't need the dunk meter. When you're wide open, just go up with X square, whatever console you're on, just to avoid something like that actually happening. And it's gonna have to be some heroics here from Argentina the rest of the way if they want to come out here, because Brazil has hit that flow state really in every facet of the game. I know Argentina did such a good job of keeping it close. I mean, still plenty of game time left, but when Brazil is moving like this, you can see why they have been the #1 in South America for 2 years in a row, trying to make it 3 here.
All right, they have a lot to live up to. And again, as you're saying, when you're the Titan like that, you got to defend your throne. And let's just see if they're going to be like Targaryens, or is the Mad King going to come out and someone's going to steal it. But we're going to find out in just a few moments, because right now, minute 20 left in the third. It's a dominant lead, but as you can see, they're not really letting up. But I was noticing this, Dirk. The lead was slowly creeping. It wasn't like a drastic play-by-play. I mean, 2 seconds ago, I thought they were only up by like 11 points, but now they're up by 18, and I'm just surprised.
Yeah, you kind of get lost in it. It's such a close game, but then the more you just focus on the game and watch it go by, and then you look at the score, like, wow, I mean, we're at a 20-point deficit right now. Like, when did this happen? So, I mean, we were talking about at the beginning of the game, like, don't look at the score, because it has been a lot closer than what we've seen so far. But you know, when we make those type of statements, that means that a blowout is coming at some point. You know, it's slowly getting there. Maybe not in the first quarter, but with how smooth flowing everything was, that's when you start to see it kind of creep in, going to quarters 2, 3, and 4. But, I mean, at this point, it is still possible for a comeback. You know, I told you that the amount of 2K games I've ever seen, I think there's a point where you just got to be realistic where a collapse could happen.
Yep.
This, where they're at currently, still feasible. But
yes,
I'm talking, you got to score every possession. You have to mix in threes. It can't just be, you know, a 2-point affair by any stretch of the imagination. And you got to get stops. I mean, it has been a very heavy, icy attack, and they haven't been doing a good job of stopping. And finally they do. Can they get a score here? This will be huge just for some momentum to take them into that fourth quarter. They can't get a score. Brazil does start with the ball. This possession, I mean, I'm not going to say it dictates how the rest of the quarter is going to go, but Brazil score here, especially a 3. I think you can kind of just start to set your sights over towards that game number 2.
I mean, them blocks though are going crazy. The elevation was straight from the Rio beaches. But however, I also want to talk about how this is the sum of 2. So now you're going into the next game thinking I'm already down by X amount of points. And we've seen it here in eFIBA that teams that were down by 15, 20 points just claw and grip and get to the second half, at least equalizing it and just basically going in and washing it. And now you're just down by 0 and then playing the game. So now it's just 10 minutes of playing instead of, you know, the 20 minutes going back. So this is what they're going to have to think about the entire time. And again, if you tune in, this is eFIBA Season 4. Follow us at eFIBA_official on all social media.
Yeah, and that's something that we talked about before, right? Like when you're in games like this and it's game number 1, you know, game number 2, if you're getting blown out, it's kind of whatever. You don't have another game that's going to be coming up at that point. Yeah. But for game number 1, you have everything still to play for. Like you cannot roll over. You got to continue to fight because that point differential is the ultimate decider if you're going to win here. So if you are Argentina, you can't have any lapses. You can't allow Brazil to get to like this blowout flow state that you're kind of seeing them in, right? I mean, like those are shots that just point guards, you got to be on another level to take shots like that consistently. I mean, he's been doing it the whole game. All of his attempts, I'm pretty sure apart from maybe like 1 or 2, have all been from behind. He has a Steph Curry stat line. 9 of 11 total in the game, 7 of 8 from 3. He was at one point going into the second half. He was 6 of 7, all from 3, all shots in the game coming from behind the arc.
Steph Curry, and also got a little bit of SGA, that crossover, maybe that Tyrese Halliburton separation, but just pure fearless. And that's what you got to do when you're a point guard in any team. But let's see if the big fella, Twitch, Toledo, getting it to ICBF, trying to put him on skates, all pun intended. In-law, trying to be disruptive, and then Icy Martins creeps back like it's the winter here in North America, and I need it to get warmer, but it's still been like 3 degrees, and you're in Chicago, the Windy City. I can only imagine that you need to get a coat from there to survive.
It was 60 2 days ago, and it was 28 yesterday, and I think it's like around the same today too. So it was looking like we're gonna get, you know, spring early. Screw whatever the groundhog says. I thought we were gonna be heading that way, but Punxsutawney Phil, I guess, is reign supreme again. He is the ultimate decider on winter.
Well, over here, he said straight up, no, it's going to be cold. It's going to be cold, like cold. But that was cold right there. Hitting his mark behind the arc, still a 20-point deficit. But now it's just control the bleeding. You need damage control for Argentina. You still have another game. It's very possible to get up by 20 in any team here in eFIBA, and especially with NBA 2K. But you cannot sleep on the big fella. These mans are running threes. They got the green light there, Dirk.
Yeah, and we kind of brought it up that like the main play there for Lugu is when he's up top, and wow, 4-point play going to be coming up. That's huge just to try to cut into the deficit. If you're Lugu when you're up there, right, we kind of said he's more of a facilitator, just slowing things down, pass faking a lot. You'll see him so that way he escapes out of those double teams and just trying to get over to his guards. When he starts to build up that takeover or maybe an elevated dimer from the other side, that's when he gets those opportunities to shoot the wide open threes as Icy again comes right back. The one thing, if I'm Coach Nick, and I'm just kind of saying to him the rest of the way, every 3 that we give up, we do push-ups.
Oh, really?
Something to punish them. What? Because if you're playing for point differential, right, and sure, you're going down and you're kind of canceling out those 3s, give up 2s, if anything. Like, play over the top. Don't give them any chance to try to cut in because maybe you do end up missing some shots, but luckily they have Icy on their team with Deep Bomber. He's been able to cancel out, I think, every single 3 that Argentina's been able to hit so far here in this 4th.
Let's see if ICBF, again, Deep Bomber is there, but let's see if he's trying to get, he almost got a double ankle break right there. That would have been a domino effect, and London Bridge is falling down now. Everyone's screaming around, making that 3, making it 70-47, but now Argentina has to score 3. They at least got to go in with a 20-point deficit. Any more, that could be a little bit demoralizing, this extra work, but then Big Jordan reverse two-handed slam, making it, again, all right, a 19-point. We'll be okay.
Yeah, Icy there went with like the old-fashioned 2K19 crab is what I like to call it. He's so patient, so slow with just getting the defender behind him. And okay, everyone fell asleep there at the moment. Maybe the controllers died, leaves Icy wide open again. And so it's just at that point, like you have the option. People are going to start to flood out on you. That's why the pass back was there. And so many of the top point guards, while we always kind of talk about how great their dribbling is and getting shots off the dribble, work out in the pick and roll, there's a skill gap in itself of moving off ball. And that's why you've seen Icy in so many catch and shoot scenarios where the pass is coming from Lugo or a pass from the corner. He's just doing simple wrap-ups, but there's a skill gap in it for the timing of the pass as well from whoever's giving it over to him. But Icy is just, he's hit that state that is going to be so hard to stop him when you're hitting shots like that. An absolute masterclass. He is now 11 of 12. He has missed 1 3, and I'll throw this out there too if maybe people are new to eFIBA, because I am as well. Tempo shooting is not allowed. Boom. This is all just pure button shooting, and he has missed 1 3 in a regulation eFIBA game.
This is why I love you, brother. The man read the pre-game packet. He know the rules. He did his prep. I love it. But yeah, no temple shooter allowed. And no team is allowed to do it. You don't use the little sticky. You don't use the boopy. You use either box, square, and if you're an Xbox guy like me, X marks the spot. But 57 to 76, and you're right, that's just pure talent, okay? And you told me you have been almost a professional player, which I still think you should be drafted, okay, everybody? I think you should draft Dirk right now. But however, you have to be very, very meticulous and skillful to play this game. This is not easy on any means. I had to play for fun, and I couldn't get out the brown shirt. I was just being okay being that I was manure. And then, you know what? Things are being grown out from it. But I'm telling you, this is a difficult game to master, and these are pros and all right. And to the left, as you see, that is Icy Martin. He was basically smiling, having a good time. But both Icies was splashing more than Copacabana waves. They had no fear at all, just going down for the deep end, deeper than the Mariana Trench, knocking it. And you see those stat lines, you said it beautifully, are Steph Curry points, Steph Curry shots, and Steph Curry results. And that's why they're leading right now. But Argentina, they're like a tiger right now. You don't want to get them too mad because they can come out clawing away.
We saw literally the Venezuela game sums it up perfectly, right? I don't want to say a slow game, number one. I guess the expectation of Argentina, it was against Venezuela. But then what do we see them doing game number two? They just completely took over that entire game and gave Venezuela no chance. Will we see something like that similar to this? I don't know. Because what we're seeing from ICBF and the shots that he was able to get up, we need that Argentina defense that we did see in game 2 against Venezuela. They were a little bit hesitant in a lot of their switches, the rotations. They weren't all there. They weren't taking those risks that we had talked about previously. And that's what you got to do against a team like this. I mean, honestly, if I'm playing a game and I know that ICBF is going to be the one that has the ball majority of the time, I'm realistically doing everything in my power to take him out of the game. I mean, if somebody shoots 11 of 12 from behind the arc, it's inexcusable at that point, right? From a defensive standpoint, like if you're a coach, you're the players at Argentina, it's like, I would rather live with the offense being balanced and like the shooting guard getting more touches compared to the likes of Icy just teeing off like this. So I think it's got to be a point of emphasis in game number 2. If you're Argentina, get the ball out of Icy's hands by any means. If it's Lugu on slip scoring twos, make sure that's the case. Make him make a read in the paint. We know he can do it when they're in the Bucks play and he has the ball at the top of the arc and can just get an easy pass off to one of the guards. The one thing as a center that's always the toughest part is when you are in the paint and you have to make that right decision when bodies are thrown your way. That's where the gap comes in at that center position. So that's what the one adjustment I would like to see. But I mean, it's a video game box score, if you will, or it is a Golden State Warriors of prime Steph. 11 for 12 on the 3-point shots there for ICBF with 41 points. It's the highest I think that we've seen so far today, if I'm not mistaken.
No, great stats right there. But as you said before, scoring 15 points in a quarter is key. And as you see, 15-22, 13-28. The second quarter, Argentina was definitely fighting. But as you see, it was just a steamroll after that. But then also, can we give it credit to the big men? And you play big men when you play 2K. 8 for 8 from the field. That's also crucial of being the big fella and going perfect from your area, even if it's just dunks, even if it's just mid-range. But we saw some trailing shots that were long twos from Twitch Toledo. And also 1-3, which is crucial. But on the opposite side, you know, moving, scoring 30 points, that's nothing to sneeze at. You know, X Jordan with 14 points, but then truly is not being truly good right now, okay? He's kind of falsely bad because I know you can do better than that. But as you can see, nothing on the stat line. 1 assist, you got to get involved. 78-57 is going to be the score going into the second game because, as we said before, this is the sum of 2. So now you're down. And what you need to do is come together. It's very possible, and I've seen this before, for you just to get a reset. Your job is to reset the game. It's not yet to win every single possession. It's to reset, okay? Then, after you do that, concentrating on winning. So it's going to take one shot at a time, 1-3 at a time, but you said it beautifully. Take out their best player right now, which is the Icies, okay? I know it's not a hot summer day. It's not a hot summer day in Rio and De Janeiro. You got to somehow melt them down. get that air conditioner, unplug it, and somehow get one of those heating pads that you had that your girl puts on her stomach, which is going through a time of the day, or, you know, get that blowtorch and you got to start melting, because if they keep freezing out, they're going to be like Iceman from X-Men and leave you in the dust. And we've seen it, and I'm no a big guy when it comes to Marvel. When Iceman faced against Pyro, they thought that man was going to lose. And he said, hey, man, this is why I left school. And then he looked at him, headbutted him, and was all icy, said, you should have never left. So let's see if them lessons going to be taught today. I'm sorry, I can go off, baby.
No, I was about to say, I was like, I gave you so much credit. I was like, dude, I wish, I envy your ability to just like, oh, there's a reference here. I say one word, you're like, boom, it turns into this and then this. And I'm like, I mean, like I said, I may be doing it under different circumstances, you know, night out or something like that. But I'm like, damn. And I've already told you, I was like, I'm not the biggest pop culture guy. I get a few references here and there. So there are some stuff. And like, you might hear me like a little giggle in the microphone because I'm like, holy crap! How did a dunk in 2K that he missed relate to this movie line? I'm like,
I think you like the Let It Go one. The Let It Go, I think that was one of your favorite ones. I don't know where that one came from. But anyway, we're going to go to a poll. It says, who will be in the South America Grand Finals? Well, it's a tough decision. Don't know yet. Brazil looks very convincing, or definitely the casters. All right, look, the casters should get it because right now we're having a great time. I don't know if we're going to be here tomorrow, but we're having a great time today, and that's what we got to play for. And this is what Argentina has to play for, is the moment right now. Can you step up or shut up? But even if you lose, you still have a chance for the cup because you're going to go to the lower bracket, and then you're going to have the winner of Venezuela and Guyana. But as you said, now they're prepping it. Now, this is a huge deficit. Now let's change it up. This is not a game after that crazy win and that weird loss. This is now you're down. What are they saying to each other right now, Dirk?
I mean, it's it's going to be an uphill battle, so that doesn't even need to be said what it's done. I think that any time that when a team blows you out in 2K, there's a lot of momentum that's on your side throughout the course of that game.
Okay.
You get to start off at 0-0. Nobody has takeover. Everybody is on the most even playing field first. So you have to come out and really set the tone. And the first quarter is where I think it's just going to be won or lost. You look at that previous game, that first quarter is where Brazil just took everything from Argentina, and then they were just able to coast at that point. Argentina has to try to do the same, and you're going to quickly see, like, if the players moving defensively for Argentina, how that's going to go here. So, I mean, it's so tough because you got to win by more than 21 points, which against a team like Brazil, it doesn't look like it's going to be a feasible task, but we'll see what they come out with. I would like to see more usage coming out from him right there, shooting guard, but then it's just got to be better decision-making really across the board from everybody in Argentina on the offensive end and defensive end.
Well, as then, let's get ready to dribble, because now this is going to be the last game of today from the first couple of matches of eFIBA Season 4 South America region. Then we're going to have tomorrow, in which we're basically going to the championship round. But today was absolutely insane. We had some technical difficulties from Guyana. Hope everybody's safe over there. We had Venezuela going crazy. We had Argentina running because they were having some lunch. But now we have a match between, again, defending champs Brazil, but also a rematch of all the finals when it came to eFIBA South America region with Argentina. Now, Argentina is in this beautiful teal jersey. And again, Brazil in my colors, because I'm Jamaican. You know, got the yellow and green, but that is Brazil, and they are ready to go crazy like Carnival. And before we get into this game, though, Dirk, do you have a favorite jersey so far? Have you seen with eFIBA?
Cool.
Ooh,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm not gonna say Great Britain because I think
it's a cop out.
I think they could have done a little something better, and I have one, you know. So
better.
I would actually need to put like all of them side by side. I think the country, like, so my favorite color is red. Okay. Obviously being Spanish too. So like I really like the red and yellow, but like Brazil's colors, and I always think, like, when I think of Brazil, I think of the like iconic football jerseys that they've had over the years. Like their colors with the yellow and then the blue and the way it mixes. Like, I'm a big highlighter person, and you know, example why I have highlighter orange shorts on right now. I'm a big fan ever since I was a kid. I like the crazy colors, so I do like them. But yeah, I want to get every single jersey and just put them all side by side to truly make a decision. But just because today what we're seeing so far from Brazil, that I don't know. I think the other ones, the last game might be one of my favorites that we've seen at least so far today.
Yeah, I like the dark, the black and green is great. Shout out to Bruno Diaz 415. Bora Brazil. We got Brazil fans again. If you're in the chat, let me see where you are coming from. Let's see some flags in the chat, some support. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. eFIBA.basketball is the website. You gotta go. That's where you want to be if you want to see all these amazing teams try to get their chance to go to Qatar. Again, this is the last match just of today. We'll be back tomorrow. All right, we're gonna be starting around 9:30 EST. Let me say that again, 9:30 EST, because that's for me, and I think that's going to be 8:30 at Chicago T. I don't know where you live, so at Chi T. Well, anyway, so we got more games right now. ICBF is the person that they got to shut down. It's only a 2-point deficit for Argentina. Let's see if they can capitalize on this shot, and they hitting this mark behind the arc, now getting that 1-point lead.
Yeah, we'll see if they can try to turn it around. So far, doing a good job of keeping the pressure up there on Icy, maybe forcing it there to the inside just a little bit more. And there you go. It's like possessions like that, right? Anytime that, oh my goodness, what kind of pass was that?
You saw that? Did you see that? It looked like the sixth man. I have not seen a pass like that in years. Forget a no look. That was just, I'm looking at the opposite way point, like an Escalade back in and one mixtape. That was beautiful.
I mean, he was running out of the paint. Usually that's when you go for the reset, you pass fake it, and then he just hit the Magic Johnson bullet pass. I don't even think I've seen Magic Johnson. I don't think I've seen White Chocolate even do that either. Like, that's a first.
Ooh, you bringing out White Chocolate? Hey, buddy, I gotta admit, White Chocolate is one of my favorite players when he was on the Kings and everything like that. But I love the story when he was coaching Anthony Edwards, and he's at the camp in a nice little range right there, and the guy says, "Hey, man, why is Anthony Edwards, on the bench?" He was like, "Why? He's not supposed to be. He's the best, player in the country." He's like, "Word." After the tip-off, said, "Timeout, Anthony, go in." He said, "What you want me to get, coach?" "Whoever you want." Jason Williams is hilarious.
Yeah, he was on I think he's like doing his podcast, and as Icy knocks down the three, and he was saying, he's like, I can't make chest pass. That's why everything came off of my elbow. I was like, what?
But he was so good that he would tell his players, look, if I give you a bounce pass, you got to go dunk it. If I give you a chest pass, you got to go shoot. And those are little intricacies that allow that. I might get an opposite, but to be a guard like that, just in game, giving secret signals to your offensive prowess and to your scores is amazing. As you see, a beautiful swat and right there blocked by Argentina saying, no, no, no. I'm telling you, you came to immigration and you're denied in this country. All right, 41 seconds left in the first. Going another dunk, but Brazil comes back and says, no, I need a party in Argentina because I heard that food is really good.
Yeah, you're doing so well so far in this game of just keeping everything close. You're scoring at will. You're getting up a lot of threes because that's what you're going to need to do if you want to try to overcome that 21-point deficit that you face. They're doing such a stellar job right now of just one-on-one with Icy, stopping him. And that is so unfortunate. But even when they do get the ball out of his hands, he's still such an off-ball threat, and I think you maybe fall asleep a little bit and give up some cuts when that does end up happening. So still good. Just keep sticking to the game plan as much as possible, but it's kind of like what we said, right? And that should have been a message in the Argentine locker room, is that you just got to get Icy out of the game, ICBF that is, by any means necessary.
Yep, and now this is night and day. This is a whole different first quarter than we saw the first game between these two people. All right, they are now stepping up, and we talked about how the coach sometimes got to put that size 12 or size 14 up that caboose and say, it's time for you to step up. I know you can ball. You can hang with these Titans, so let's see if you could take the world, put it on your back, and be stronger than Atlas and go into the second quarter at least with a lead.
Yeah, I know a controller dying or a lag spike when I see one there from the center. Jordy got into the mid-range, had an open look, but he just ended up running out of bounds, which caused a shot clock violation. So 16-16 makes math easy for us, still trying to come over that 21-point deficit as Argentina gets a massive stop here. And moving, he has been moving so far here in this one, kind of trying to replicate, honestly, what Icy did to them in that game number one.
Let's see if they're going to take advantage of the position right here. Moving, still grooving, getting a little cross pass. Dangerous a little bit in that corner. Great recovery. As you can see, that closeout is key from Brazil. Moving, going to the left side, trying to use that pick and roll. Truly all by himself, but can't knock it down. Smart foul. Smart foul right there. Try to make sure they keep that possession on this inbound. Icy Martin. Let's see if he's going to start heating up. A nice little wheel, but then another foul. Now, what was the point of that foul right there?
They're trying to push him out of bounds, basically. So sometimes when you go for the reaches, you can kind of it shoves the player to touch the line, which, depending, can result in a blocking foul at times, or, of course, the reach and foul like you ended up seeing there. But that's the intention, is to try to force the ball. But there are some different reach animations that you've been able to get over the past few years to where you kind of get, I call it a fluke knock away, if you will. Like, you have the ball, they're not dribbling, they just have it, but you can reach and it just swats it away. It's very unlikely, but it's, sometimes if you got some fouls to work with, why not go for the risk, especially when they're pinned in a tight place? Wow, that is probably one of the more deeper shots that you'll see without a deep bomb or takeover.
My goodness, that shot was crazy. I can't believe, man. The thing is about them clutch shots are actually been key, because it's noticing that ICBF aren't making those shots. He did, and all the way to the rim, getting a body bag and leading by 2. If you notice, ICBF's crossover on the top of the key is not as effective this game, but on the opposite side, Mr. Moving is more grooving, and now he's letting loose and making him pay. So this is a whole different Argentinian team that we saw from the first match. And look at that steal right there. They're stepping up.
You remember when I was telling you about like pick six steals? That's the ones I was talking about. Like when you're able to run to the paint and your guy just kind of catches it in rhythm. Those are the ones that you want because one, it's a live play turnover, right? So you immediately can get the ball and you can start moving in transition, or even if you can just knock the ball away. But the pick six animation is one that you show when you're really taking that risk and being able to show and have it pay off.
And I said another 3 right there in the face, hand up, so what? Put it in the cup, making a 1-point game. But look, the votes are in. Who will be at the South America Grand Final? And it was talking about Brazil. Looks very convincing. 60%, definitely casters. They're talking about us, me and you, baby. But tough decision, don't know yet. I think the last one should be a little higher because as of right now, I don't know yet, big bro.
I see. I feel like... Well, definitely the casters should have been number 1 because you need casters for the grand final. And I think the Brazil one's almost like a partial guarantee too, given just the historic results of Brazil as Icy knocks down another 3. This is what you can't allow to happen though. Is you did such a good job of containing Icy for that first quarter. Now midway through here in the second, he's got the ball off dribble and scored a couple times. Now they're starting to incorporate some off-ball stuff for him, off-ball screens, and just nobody's up there to try to get any of those contests. But I mean, Argentina continues to fight, right? If we're just playing a game and there was no point differential, this would be very exciting. But you still have such a large deficit to try to overcome. And that's probably the worst shot you want in 2K, is the deep mid-range off the dribble.
As you can see, we got Icy Martin, also Joaquin, both in the cameras, right and left. Brazil on the right, then we got Argentina left. Look how focused both of them are. I can see that eyebrow, I don't know what it's called, when you got all them lines that you're just so focused. The veins are coming from their hairline, which is crazy. 29-28. Now, there's been at least 3 lead changes in the last couple of seconds, and this is when they're going to start stepping up, and the competition is going to get spicy. Truly trying to be a savior, unable to do that, but great offensive board from Argentina. Moving, give it up to the big fella. That's what you do. Feed it down low, making it a 1-point game.
It's going to be, I mean, you've been doing a good job at least like steadily being able to get some threes, but yeah, you got to sell out exactly like that on Icy. That was perfection. Yes, it's a risk at jumping, but guess what? When you're down like this overall in the point differential, you have to take massive risks like that. And that's a perfect sequence. You force Icy to miss. That takes away some of his takeover. And then you get a 3 right back there on the other side.
Oh, look at him, man. Shout out to my man, Kyle Montgomery. Left him like a bad relationship. Did you see that? It just left him all by himself. As if you're trying to get a Netflix password back, but no, your ex-girlfriend's saying no, but I'm trying to finish a great series. Right now I'm watching America's Top Model. Crazy documentary, by the way. But anyway, going to left side, ICBF, trying to look a little pretty. And guess, he is America's eFIBA model, knocking that beautiful runner with 33-33, tying up the game.
I got a quick 2-for-1 if they want to try to take it here. Something that a lot of people in NBA 2K don't opt to go for. Seems like they do have a little bit more on there. Joaquin gets an open look, does miss it. Good offensive rebound, though, from Truly. And they're in a very awkward spot. Got to try to find an opening somewhere. They do get it down to the center, and patience does end up paying off. Final shot should go here to Brazil. And if you're Icy, of course, you want it back in his hands. The wraps will come through. Icy trying to get some separation. 7 seconds now remaining. The D-book is in some space. Works it over towards the middle. Finds some opening. Wow, just a slither of space there for Icy to knock that one down. And on the other side is Joaquin at the buzzer. And it will count.
My goodness, feeding each other as if it was carnival. It's pandemonium. It's crazy. As I said, these two squads are not letting up. Forget about the previous game, even though it's Summon 2. This is the competition you want in eFIBA Season 4, South America. Gracias, senor. I don't know enough Spanish, and you can speak it over there, Dirk. But, man, this is caliente, rapido to the fullest.
Yeah, and this is the perfect scenario just for you to be up by 2 and have a lead. But again, we sound like a broken record. The defense has to kick up in a big way, and it's got to get out of ICBF's hands by any means necessary. Trap, force the ball down low, take those risks once more. You just cannot let Icy find a rhythm. And speaking of Icy, just gets a wide open slam.
My goodness, he attacked the paint like a Black Panther entrance. I mean, it was epic, it was cinematic, and it was needed. But as you just see, getting a little bit of the celly there, Argentina not backing down at all. Said, okay, you got them 2 points, slam and jamming, but let me hit this behind the arc and see this sniper right here. Let's see this AK-47 and see if I want to hit that. So here's the thing now. Right in the moment where you think Brazil's going to step up, Argentina is still clawing back, and it's about winning. Because now I think this is about momentum, Dirk. This is when you just got to get to the grand final. Because the grand final, points mean nothing. It's just best of 3. You just, a nice slam right there, have to win. But then seeing this win is a great momentum boost and also confidence boost for Argentina. Because then they say, hey, we can't do this. We keep losing, but it's possible.
Yeah, it's a slow, like you're showing that the offense can go out there and compete with what you need to do. And moving 5 of 7 from behind the arc, that's been the biggest difference maker from what we saw here in game 2 compared to what we had in game number 1. But I mean, like the offense is great. It's just, you got to find a way to get a stop at some point. Like, you can't keep going out there fighting with everything you got to get a 2 or a 3 just to have them answer back in a way like that. And then, of course, like we talked about, getting the ball out of Icy's hands, and all of a sudden it works around. They're still able to get a 3 despite it being with the point guard.
Yep, but then they're doing, I think they heard you. I really think they heard you, because they're doing exactly what you coach. You got to get ICBF off his rhythm. Get him off tilt. Once you got him on tilt, Brazil's in trouble. Now, Brazil, as you see, Icy Martin scratching his head. If you notice, the first game, he was smiling. Oh, my God, baby, look at that dunk. 45-43. Here's the thing. Now he's off his game. All the players are now coming together, and they probably have this amoeba effect, and everyone's connected. Oh, my God. Now, I need a timeout. He needs to go to the front of the congregation right there. You are not allowed to do that. That person has a family, has probably kids, or a chicken in the back. Why did you do that to that man? You saw him fly to the other end of the court. Okay, now this is just a free-for-all. I don't know. This is great. I love this. Let's go.
See, that it's like the one of the rules of 2K is that when you're in a one-on-one scenario and you have no defensive help, you do not jump at a dribble-heavy ball handler. You know, you kind of just take it as you will. You just sit there trying to play straight up, and if they get a shot, they get a shot. When you jump, that is just a wide open look. There's nothing that nobody else can really do, and it's tough. Oh my goodness, what a putback slam! Where did that come from?
Oh, from the loins, from the bottom, from the Lord of his skill. This is why those dunks are crucial in the NBA, NCAA, EBA, ABA, LOA. But here's right here in eFIBA, it's sometimes just something to give the confidence boost, because it's just so action-packed. It's still a tied game, but this is full as everything. We need an Oscar for this, Dirk. This is the match that I've been waiting for.
Yeah, they don't want to give up any 3s as well. I think that was it's like a unicorn in 2K. You're about to get a half-court violation, a backcourt violation. They fouled you, but you were pushing timeout because you thought you were getting backcourt. So the immediate foul into the timeout.
Yep.
But 49-49, that does take away the takeover, though, in the timeout. So something to keep in mind. So they want to get moving, just anything back up to there. This should do it off the green. I would hope so, and it does. So, I mean, how many times do we call up? They're getting 3s. Argentina, every single time down, it's a 2 or a 3. They're scoring with the best of them. But then they give that up time and time again.
Ooh, that was smoother and sweeter than dote de leche, and I need some more, baby. This is how we play the game. It's okay again. Okay, now these are just 2 haymakers going on. This is Ford Mayweather just going back and forth with the competitor. Okay, Mike Tyson, if they were in the same weight class. This is how we like this heavy bout, just haymakers, just swing, 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 and not letting up. 55-52, only a 3-point game. Minute 17 left in the third. Let's see if ICBF is going to step up. Doesn't have deep bomber, but let's see if he's trying to get activated, trying to get an ankle breaker. Give it up to In-Law, and just disappointed indeed for Argentina, but exactly what Brazil needed. 55-55.
It's just so special. Just seeing something like that of, you know, you think you're doing so great defensively. You have Icy just pinned in the corner. He has nowhere to go, and you give up a top of the key 3 from somebody that was in the right corner. It's just one of those things that you can't allow to happen, but it just shows how aware that you have to be. You get so focused on one player, you lose sight of the others. And again, all the work that you're doing just immediately just keeps getting canceled out.
Oh my God, that wasn't even near the line. That was at the logo, and he's telling everyone we're not going anywhere. 1-point lead for Brazil. 40 seconds left in the third. Loving, giving up a great defense from Brazil. Now almost got a fast break. 3-on-2, smart foul. You know, stopping the transition and then reducing that momentum so they couldn't score right there.
58-57. 2-for-1 opportunity here for Brazil. And Icy will take it. Good dunk there by him, showing you a little bit of everything here in this one. Brazil have taken It almost seems like it's their largest lead here of this game because it's been all Argentina so far, just 3 points.
Moving, trying to find some daylight. And as you said, the leading exchange has been back and forth, but I see Brazil stepping up a little bit. We still got a whole nother quarter to play. Let's see if ICBet's going to step up. Give it to Twitch, trying to get up. A great give and go and being unselfish. That was absolutely chemistry at its finest. 62-57. I think the largest lead right now for Brazil at 5.
Yeah, they just play. It's like a controlled chaos on the offensive end, if you will. You notice that when somebody has the ball, they maybe hold it for 1 second before the next pass is being made. And again, when you have a center who can also act as a playmaker, that opens up things so much. And that's what you always see. All these, look at any top team in the entire world, they all have a center who can facilitate and play make. Somebody that you can trust with that shot clock winding down to make their own play or just have their eyes surveying the floor and be able to get the cut exactly when it's happened. I mean, if you look at, the Kings of Europe, if you're looking at like Turkey, if you're looking at the Philippines, you're looking obviously the United States with Crazy as their center. That's something that they all have in common. It's a staple that you need no matter what level of 2K that you're playing. And if you can have a center that can do that, it's automatically going to boost your odds of taking a game.
You're absolutely right, and that's why you go back and forth with your badge. You have Crasher, you want to do Dishmaster, because once you pass and you're going to increase the chance of people in a great rejection right there making their shot. But Brazil definitely gave another pedal to the metal. They're in a whole different gear right now, Dirk. This is the team that we saw in the first game, and I guess it took 3/4 of them to wake the heck up, because now they are not letting up and showing that they're here. But then Jordy doing that response, a dunk they needed just to stop the bleeding with 3:53 left.
You got to tip your hat to them, too. I mean, they haven't played an actual game of 2K so far today. They had Guyana. Obviously, they had to forfeit their game due to electricity blackout. And so they were just kind of just waiting and waiting and waiting, get to watch everybody else play. And then they come out of here, and it looks like they've already been, hot and ready to go, like a Little Caesars pizza. Boom. There we go. I finally got one in. Let's go. It took me the whole show, but I got one.
Hey, I'm going to call that the J.R. Smith. You can miss every shot in the game, but if you make the game winner, that's the only thing we're caring about. And I liked it, too. Good for you, man. Good for you. Can we get a round of applause for this guy?
Yeah, people could do hard things. It just took me, we've been live for it took me 4 hours for it, but you know what? Better late than never.
We got different Wi-Fi speeds, okay? All right, look.
I'm on Explorer. You're on Chrome.
You got gigabytes.
Mine's going.
AOL back in the day.
I turned the microwave on, and it just.
Oh my goodness. Okay, if you guys are young, I'm an 80s baby. I don't know if you're an 80s or 90s baby. Where you at?
94.
You're 94. You're nice. So you guys remember, sometimes you could. Oh my goodness, that right there is STM. Save that man. Did an old school Shaquille O'Neal dunk when you put those stones on somebody's forehead. But I'm just saying, there's a time that you cannot be on the phone and the computer at the same time. If you were around that day, let me see in the chat, because those were the good old days. Those are N64 days. Those are coming home, playing outside, getting your knees all bloody and dirty, and then going in, watching, getting some Pop-Tarts, maybe some Lunchables if you could afford Lunchables or you made your own. But man, that was the time of real gamers. It was pure love of the game you were playing, and also friendships and bonding and communication. And I'm wanting to transition to here because the communication between Brazil has definitely stepped up. Now the lead is growing every single play with a minute 48, 75-67, keeping it going, keeping it flowing. But again, this is only day one. We still got tomorrow in which we actually find out who has a chance to punch their ticket.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good part. Everybody's kind of saying that this was going to be the first matchup that we would see at this stage in the bracket, and that it's probably going to be the same one that we're going to see in the grand finals. But obviously things change a little bit, right? Because you go to a best of three. It's none of the sum of two stuff once you hit that grand finals. And that's when, like with how close this game is, right, we would be more engaged and more hyped up if it was a best of three, because we know the point differential where it's at. I mean, Brazil is just kind of coasting at this point. But when you're talking about a series with how close things are, if Argentina could play like this in a series, yeah, it's going to be a lot more competitive. Maybe it has that game 3 potential, and you probably have a little bit more motivation, right, and going harder than you would be at this given time, just because you know that there's no way at this stage that you can end up coming back. But, the Kings of South America continue to reign supreme here. It's been exactly probably what a lot of people predicted out there in the chat, a lot of the fans that were watching too, that Brazil would be in this exact position.
Yep, you're right. And like you said before, I'm going to call it the Dirk effect. Maybe one day when eFIBA gets more to season 6, 7, and we get more participants and more time and more funding. I'm going to put that out, more funding. What I say? More funding and sponsors. Shout out to Tiso, though. You guys are doing amazing. Okay, I still need to watch. Maybe we can have a best of 7. Like a real best of 7, but maybe over a couple of days, like the first 3 games the first day, or the first 2 games the first day, and the 3rd games the next day. That would be kind of cool. But then the competition gets big. Oh my God, as Larry Bird said, welcome to the Parachute Club. This man moved his feet and he lost his seat, making a 10-point lead from Brazil. That was disgusting.
Yeah, it'll obviously.
I'm sorry, that was a lot.
No, I heard the Larry Bird thing. I was like, when did Larry Bird say that?
He said that in one of the practices, and like I think it was like one of the it was the Olympic practice with like Magic Johnson and stuff like that, and they were talking back and forth, and he pumped fake, and somebody like jumped past and literally said to him, "Why is it welcome to the Parachute Club?" and just drained a 3 in the corner. Like Larry Bird's that cold.
Oh man, I remember all the stories like him, like the 3-point contest and everything too. But I mean, this is a lot of good stuff to take away for Argentina. They're going to come up short in this game, and of course, as well as the sum of 2, Brazil will head to the grand finals. But 79-72, way better than what we saw in that first game as well. So they'll drop down. Obviously, got the Venezuela and Guyana games that have to go on, but Brazil just gets to kick back and relax. Come on, are you kidding me? Budget Luca?
Minnie Malone? I don't know if we can talk about him.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? Is that I did an ad for a streaming service, and I was wearing my soccer jersey, and all the comments when I had longer hair and a bigger beard, they were like, I didn't know Luca was an Arsenal fan. And I'm like, I don't look like Luca, dude. I guess budget. No, Luca from Temu. I'm there.
You're not even Luca. You're just Lou. Yo,
you don't get to add the cut onto it.
Yeah. There's Lou right there. You're Luca when he was at the Mavs and he had his eating disorder. No offense. Okay, I love you, bro. I love you, bro.
Just call me Lou Don. Close to Lou Dort, but Lou Don.
Oh my God, I'm not even like the postman. I'm just the emailer. Like anyway. Hey, thank you so much, production, for this. It was great. But again, as you saw, much better game from Argentina, 72-79, showing that they do have fight and they can compete with the top of the world. But then this is just, it's a tale at the end of time. They've been going back and forth literally since we started eFIBA. They have the competition. They have the way to win, but then Brazil always finds a way to get out on top. But you saw them stepping up. But they did take a book out of Coach Dirk's book. They did take a page out of Coach Dirk's book. I gotta make sure I say it right, because they stopped ICBF. That was the key thing. Stopping ICBF, let him do what he wants, playing great defense. And then that was the key. We're keeping the game close. Now, they were doing really well the entire game, but in that 4th quarter, something clicked, something went crazy, and then a little screw got loose, and then Brazil just went off and came out on top, Dirk.
Yeah, I mean, just so much to handle no matter which way that you wanted to get the attack. I mean, I give credit, and probably because I'm a center, to Lugu and the way that he was playing, but you just saw that clip a couple plays back where he had the ball there on the wing, which is a very unorthodox spot for a center to even have the ball in his hand, and you saw how quick he made that decision. It was maybe in his hand for 1 second, and there was a wing cut that came directly from it. So that, I know it comes down to the players at the end of the day, but I have to think that's an influence from Coach Nick, because as the Tukey League kind of went onwards, and you've seen it a lot in eFIBA as well, that quick, rapid play style, getting that ball constantly moving, was something that really started to become a staple even at the top tier professional level, and it's now started to carry in over here as well. So, I mean, really just everywhere that you can look around. Icy Martins, we'll be talking to soon. He had 2 steals in the game. He was perfect shooting, and that's all you can ask from your corners. Like, if you get an opportunity to shoot from the corner, you're probably open. You just gotta knock those down. It was perfect from here. Pimeris and Martins, 2 for 2, 1 of 1. That's all you can really ask for. And then centers now are probably the easiest way for them to get a triple double is in NBA 2K26. It was very close there for Lugo as well, 7, 11, and 6.
Exactly, and that you see a dominant force from the big fella from Argentina, though, 21 points. I think that's the highest he scored. So he stepped up. We're supposed to do shot to ex-Jordy. But again, Luka with 11 rebounds, that was key. 42 points from BF. Oh, man, that was absolutely fantastic. But again, 16-16 first was great. Argentina wins the second quarter. Slowly creeping back in the third with 19-26 and then 15-17. I mean, they still had a good fight. But these stats are pretty good. But I just got to give the big fella from Argentina being 10 for 10 for the field. You stepped up when you had to do it. But then even Icy Martin's not scoring a lot, but then being a factor on defense was key. And having 2 steals. But then when you see those 2 steals, how many times did he have in the passing lane? Probably didn't get a steal, but got a deflection. And deflections are really, really key when it comes to this game, when it comes to possessions, because then you disrupt so many different momentums. We see a lot of Dexes getting stopped right in their tracks, so they can't get them easy twos. But now you have another chance. You're going to go down to lower bracket. You still kind of get like a couple of games off because it's first between Guyana and Venezuela, and then whoever wins that is going to go there. But then you get a rematch. No matter what, you still have a chance for a rematch, which I think that is going to be the fuel for this Argentinian team going into game number 2. When it games for number 2 day.
Yeah, this is the likely outcome. I think every single person out there, if they made brackets or were making predictions, was having Brazil, the top side of the bracket, there in our grand finals as well. I'm going to be honest with you, too. I mean, from what we saw from Venezuela, I know that when we're saying, like, it was kind of like a coin toss, right? Like, who do you want at 3 and 4 in our rankings between Guyana and Venezuela? I mean, obviously, we didn't get to see Guyana today. It was unfortunate circumstances, so it's kind of be a fresh start for them tomorrow. But if Venezuela plays like how they did against Argentina in that game number 1, and they can replicate that back-to-back games, it's going to be a long day out there for Guyana as well. And then for Argentina, yes, you're down here in the lower side of things. You've already played Venezuela. You've shown that you can beat them. So I think it's all roads lead to the grand finals for Brazil and Argentina like it has over the years. I think that's just another crash course that's just waiting to happen.
I think so too, but sometimes the sleeping giant may come out victorious because no one saw what Guyana can do, and it'll be crazy if they just did some extra work and they had something ready for us. They got a surprise, right there. As a Caribbean, I never shy from my Caribbean brothers down in the West Indies, so I love to see the involvement. We were supposed to have Jamaica in North America, but we couldn't get them. I was so mad, but I can't play favorites. But however, everyone is bawling out to have a chance, for that shot to go to Qatar. And then with that $50,000 prize pool, and I gotta repeat that again, $50,000 prize pool. It's not you're gonna win $50,000. It's gonna be separate. So 20, 10, and da da da. But people are gonna go with money. So also real quick before we continue, because it's last couple of games. This right here is eFIBA Season 4. Make sure to go to eFIBA.basketball for more information. We still got a couple of more regions left, okay? We have South America now. We're going to have North America, and, of course, the juggernaut. Europe is going to be insane. So you've seen the talent here, Dirk. They have been hooping, and game have been going back and forth, but we still got a whole nother day tomorrow in which they're going to be prepping. But how good should Argentina feel, though, after that game that they just had with Brazil?
I mean, I feel really good about it. And I know, of course, like, you can't sit there just like harping on like, okay, well, we're going to have Brazil next, Brazil next. No, you're going to have the winner of Guyana and Venezuela next. Like, you can't already be looking forward, because then that's when you might have some lapses, and that can cause some issues when you're talking about the sum format. So you would have to think, though, they got to be feeling pretty good, because if that was like, if that was game number 1, that would have been sensational. Like, game 2 would have just been neck and neck. But the fact they're able to keep it so close, so now if they could try to do that, it's going to be a best of 3. So you don't have to worry about the sum stuff. The point differential goes out the window. You're just playing every single game one at a time.
Yeah, and man, see, why are you so good? There's a reason why you're so good. Because I was going to mention that if that was the first game, it'll be a whole different story. Whole different story. Because now you're not really catching up. You're right there. You're only 5 points, which is nothing. And you don't got in the back of my mind every 5 seconds, hey, we're down by over 20. We're down by over 20. We're down by under 20. Now you're just balling out, and then the strategy changes. And then also maybe those threes start to stroke a little greener. We never know. The confidence booster. Because going in anything with a hole to dig out of, you got that weight on your shoulders of like, how can I just reset? And I'm going to keep saying it, to reset the game. And that's more pressure than you need. Now, pressure, as I said before, either makes diamonds or burst pipes. But in this case, it didn't burst the pipe, but you see a kind of little crack. So we can seal it. But again, they're going to have another chance tomorrow.
There's a little crack, and then what's that flex seal, where the flex tape? smack on it. Oh, your boat's flooding? Smack, flex seal, flex tape. But yeah, I mean, it's it's always tough in those game number ones. I mean, that's why like when you do get a close one, it's like, okay, it's a good feel out process, but you kind of know that elite team, once it gets to game two, they find their footing, they're able to adjust. And again, like it's the way that Brazil prepares too. All the players in one central spot. It automatically, like, throw all the technology and stuff out aside, just talk from like a teammate perspective.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, it's so much more fun when you're with all the 5 people in the exact same room, because you can feed off each other's energy and kind of like emulate a LAN environment, right? There's nothing closer than having all that there. Add that on top of it, you then have a coach who is there right in your ear the entire time. You don't have to worry about them being on a headset and trying to talking through comms that way. They can relay things live and in the moment of what they should be doing better. So I think that, it's worth the investment, right? I know some nations might be a little bit timid. Maybe they don't have the funds, which I can completely understand. But to get everybody in one spot, it can pay off in the long run. And I think that's when, we talked about it off air. Like, I've known Calabasam for a while, and he competed in a quick match tournament right in like 2019, 2020. I got to meet him, and then he works with the Brazilian Basketball Federation. I believe he might have even competed one year in this as well, and then he took a little bit more of a backseat. But he saw like what this could be and said, we're going to make this work. We're going to find a coach. We're going to fly the coach to Brazil. He's going to stay with us the entirety of the time. So it just kind of shows, right? Like the more you invest in it, you get the results. And they were the early adopters of investing in their team and investing in the federation. And it's really paying off for them. They've just been dominating this region and are looking to do it 3 times in a row.
Yep, and what we're trying to do is spread NBA 2K to different parts of the globe, and also, spreading the game. We love this game. If you love hoops, you get to be your favorite player. You get to be a creative player. You get to be in Pro-Am, and you just get to compete. And also, you can make it a career, okay? And we're talking about, the 2K League, like that. You said with LAN, environments, there's the aspect of having the teamwork, but then also the ability to trash talk, which before we get off air, I'm going to give you some time to shine. What was it like being there, hearing the trash talking amongst the opposite squad when they're in the same arena?
That was like the best part about it. I mean, because you'd be commentating and it would have you like taking your headset off like this so you can listen to what the players are saying and then actively like relay back to the broadcast. Now, obviously, there's some stuff that you couldn't relay back, so they leave that for like the social teams and everything. But that's what it's entertainment at the end of the day, right? You're playing a competition, but you really, really just love to see guys jawing and going at it, because that is what that kind of like the foundation of esports for me is Call of Duty, Gears of War, those type of games. They go all out with the stuff that they'll be saying. And that's when you're just kind of like looking back and forth like, oh, like this is sensational. So that's what makes this esport so special too, is when you do get those LAN moments of calling out a green, things along those lines. And it's I think like the viral clips that would come of it made it that much more fun too throughout the whole course of it.
Oh, man, and you just hit me with a hard one. I'm a big Gears of War fan. I don't know if it was Dama, his partner, when he found his wife down in the, the depths of the horde, and then you try to bring her back to life. Oh, man, you got PTSD. Gears of War, amazing. But as you can hear right now, I don't know if you hear it, we're going to have an interview in just a couple of seconds. When it comes to South America, the one and only Primaris, he was with, Jazz and McCoy, talking about how he got his nickname and everything like that. And we're going to be talking about how Brazil is basically preparing for it. But the thing about that is that we love to put it in. So we're going to throw it to him, and then we're going to bring him in because he's ready. Yo, what's up, Primaris? How you doing, brother? I don't know if you
what's up? Wait, just a second.
Hey, it's good to see you again. How you feeling right now, brother?
Feeling great. I mean, job's not finished, but it was a great win.
Gotcha. Now, in that first match, you were really, really dominant, and I'm telling you, it was a great thing to watch. What was going on in that second one that made it so close? Because Argentina had the lead for majority of the game.
I think, to be honest, we lost a little bit of the energy we had in the first game since it's a best of 2. Yeah. But still, I think the main thing was they adapted well. And we just played a little sloppy, I think. We didn't play our best. But luckily, we still had time to adapt, and we finished the game strong.
What's it like, Premier? Like, because I feel like for us who have played 2K for so long, we're so used to like best of 3, best of 5 series. So when you introduce this sum of 2 format, like how do you have to kind of tackle games? Because you get to game 2, right? You blow them out in game 1, you get to game 2, and it's kind of like you're just having a shooting practice because you're up by so much. So how do you stay like more mentally focused and just to kind of build up on that score as the game goes on?
Yeah, so I think that's like the main challenge on this format. But I mean, we're all together here, like in the same place. We just try to keep the energy up because we've been practicing like for a long time now, so we know what to do. It's just a matter of like keeping the same energy, I think. And that's not easy because we're not really used to it. Like sometimes you win a game and this format you got to keep going because the scores matter. But yeah, I think that's what it is.
Now, you're all in person. What's it like with this new facility? Is it a new facility, or have you always used that facility for these eFIBA competitions?
No, it's a new one. So the manager for the Brazil team, he's in charge of that. So he did a great job.
What's it like too with obviously you guys are all in the same central spot. You bring in Coach Nick back, who is one of my favorite people. What's it like, having him in person compared to like, over Discord, right? If you're scrimmaging leading up to eFIBA and he's just maybe there in a call, but actually having them in there in person, what's some of the differences you kind of notice with the team morale and then your gameplay overall too?
I think like the energy, Nick, so you know his energy.
Oh yeah.
So that definitely makes a difference. And I mean, I feel like just there's something about like being in person that is just different. Even like the pregame talks, like the postgame talks, I feel like it's just better overall. And like we've been with him for like over a day now, so like the whole atmosphere is just great.
All right. Well, congratulations. You still got a bunch of games for tomorrow, but now you're going to the grand final. Good luck, and we'll see you tomorrow, brother.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Great guy. Also, great guy in person. Got to meet him. All of them were dope gentlemen, dope individuals. But like you said, great question with that. We all know Nick's energy, and Nick's energy is contagious, okay? He's a chain reaction when it comes to electrons, neutrons, and powertrons. He's just ready to go. But then when you have him just jawing and speaking right behind you, it changes the whole dynamic of the squad.
I hate giving Nick compliments because I know it makes his head go. But no, I mean, I remember young Nick when he was at the studio in like season 1, season 2, like baby face, and all of a sudden this guy just like catapults out of nowhere and he's like working with an organization. I was like, dude, I thought you were like 15 years old. Like, what's going on here? So, but no, yeah, like his energy, seeing him, the way that he works in person when he was coaching some of these teams, and just kind of like the energy that he would put in timeouts, during games, build up in preparation, night before, day of the game. It's hard to match that work ethic as a coach, and there's a reason why he did it at such a high level for as consistent as he was. He was somebody that you were never worried, like if he was leaving a team, is he going to be a free agent coach? Is no one going to pick him up? No, like no matter what team, he would find a home somewhere, and you couldn't say that about a lot of people who are coaching at that level as well. So I'm very happy that he came back to Brazil, because I'm sure that there's a lot of nations competing out there, and I'm sure a lot of them probably been like, yeah, I'd want Coach Nick on my side as well. But yeah, he's a great guy, and again, just having all of them in one central spot like that, and investing in a new facility, so they had an old one, got a new one there as well. It can only do wonders for you, and the proof kind of speaks for itself with these results that we're seeing from Brazil.
Oh, you hear that, Nick? Budget Luca likes you. This is amazing. So anyway, it's been a great stream. Shout out to everyone in the chat. We got Bachano saying that let's go Venezuela. Venezuelans are still going to be fighting. We have a whole set of games for tomorrow. It'll be day 2 of the South America region, in which we're going to have Guyana versus Venezuela. Argentina will be waiting for that winner, and then Brazil is already in the grand finals. But before we go, Dirk, on some real stuff, this has been an absolute honor. This has been one of my bucket list things to do with esports commentator secretly, to be on the same cast with you. And I want to do you have any final words for everybody that's watching?
No, I give a shout out to you. You've been a great host as well. You and I, and anybody who's a broadcaster, kind of jokes around when you work with someone the first time. We're joking around. I was like, oh, stepping on each other's foot and stuff like that. Give ourselves a pat. Flawless. Yeah, just nothing.
Flawless.
So no, I love all the work that you do and everything for FIBA 3x3. We never worked together on that before. We kind of like on you do the big FIBA 3x3 stuff. But then seeing all the work that you put in, and you made sure the thing I love too. I was new to eFIBA, getting on here first ever broadcast, but you made sure I was well equipped and well ready to go as well. So then I can appreciate. And yeah, I hope it's not the last time.
No,
I hope there's many more times to come. Budget Luka needs to wear his knockoff like Mavs jersey or something on here. I got one in my closet, but I don't want to bring it out because Luka, Mavs, sensitive topic, even for the budget Luka as well. But no, I had a phenomenal time. It's always great when you can kind of, thing I liked about going so much to the Philippines was seeing people in the APAC region play the game of 2K and how they play it. And then obviously competing and playing with Great Britain and seeing how Europe plays and obviously competing in the US for so long. It's nice to see where the skill level of really everybody now in the game of NBA 2K has kind of really taken off, and you can only hope at some point everything just kind of evens out to where it's not just always USA #1. It's this country right here, like neck and neck with them. So I had a blast. It was worth waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning for.
I appreciate that. Budget Luka become Frugal Nowitzki probably the next time we get here. But guess what? This has been awesome. Shout out to all our members over there in Lafayette. Again, when it comes to Oscar, Renars, Chris Stars, all of them, I can go on and on. This broadcast was one of my favorites. It was so much fun. But again, you got to tune in tomorrow, okay? We're going to go live for the final games for the South America Qualifiers. Go to eFIBA.basketball. Follow us on eFIBA_official on all social media. And we'll be going live at 9:20 a.m. EST. 9:20. I said one more time. 9:20 EST. I'm your man, Vince Chang. That's Dirk. And we'll see you tomorrow. Peace. eFIBA Season 4.
Up in my door shut, D&D, so don't call up. A few missed meals, so what? Crunch time, about to crawl up. I'm a force under big pressure. Under pressure, they sprawl us. If you coasting with a mediocre, then any over, you call luck. I've been about the grind, though. Got plenty of receipts, too. My lower back tell me all the time, what 12 hours on repeat, dude. But can't stop, I don't got breaks. I've been putting in years, dude. Ain't it funny how you get lucky when you work harder than your peers do? Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess what? I guess I'm lucky all day. I guess I'm lucky all day. Know you wanna tell me that I'm lucky all day. Some call me king, others say I drew aces. They think I picked up the crown from the pavement. Well, if I'm lucky, guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Everybody around me gets both things. Call it coincidence or good omens. If I'm lucky, guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day now. Yeah, they wanna see my decline. There's a whole line of them, that's fine. I stay posted up in their minds and don't pay a dime of rent. I don't mix much with they kind. I ain't trying to blend the difference between I and them and Steinbeck of mice and men. Ooh, it's time again. Straps on and we live again. Upset and they in position, but I ain't even got eyes on them. It's a me versus me exhibition. Me winning, that's repetition. When I retire, that's deposition. Untouchable, I'm the definition. I don't blame them, I rise. Venom is a ball. Came up as an underdog and now I'm at the pinnacle. Some call it crazy, others call it a miracle. The only thing I know is that I grind and I get it up. No, I ain't do no dice roll. I went through the fire, now everything is refined gold. Oh, what the hell do I know? Maybe I'm just lucky and this is how my life goes. Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess what? I guess I'm lucky all day. I guess I'm lucky all day. Know you wanna tell me that I'm lucky all day. Some call me a king, others say I drew aces. They think I picked up the crown from the pavement. Well, if I'm lucky, guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Everybody around me gets both things. Call it coincidence or good omens. If I'm lucky, guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day now.
avalanche. Part machine, I've never lost a battle that I've had. Body armor like a soldier, I'm a champion. I'm the greatest thing to step out since the earth begun. Raise my fist to show my haters that I'm never going. Just as long as I keep breathing and my blood is flowing. The fire in my belly ain't a women's destiny. The time is now to take my chances, so come on and follow me. Yeah, I'm a warrior. That's right. 'Cause I'm a warrior. I can't be nothing less. Yeah, I'm a warrior. Let's go. Look, keep me steady on my feet, 'cause I will never drop. All this sweat and all this pain will never make me stop. I got my dreams in my palm, I gotta hold them tight. I know my future's in good hands, I know my future's bright. I climb the ladder with my strength, I'm growing tall. Words will never hurt me when they try to make me fall. It's impossible to fail when you're already invincible. So come on, test me, I'm the greatest of them all. Come on. This the anthem for everybody who know that they was born to be a fighter. 100%, nothing less. Let's go.